All right, welcome everyone. I call the October 6th, 2020 regular City Council meeting to order. Before we move on to the agenda items, I'd like to acknowledge our remote meeting format. Proclamation 20-28 regarding open public meetings was extended through November 9th. Therefore, this meeting will be held entirely remotely. Public comment will be allowed, both in writing or verbally. Sign-up sheets are provided by the city clerk's office via links from the agenda. All right, the video of this meeting will be streamed live as well as recorded and available for later viewing on the city's YouTube channel. A call-in number was provided on the meeting agenda for members of the public who wish to call in by phone to listen live to the meeting. If you have called in, we ask that you mute your device so as not to interfere with the meeting. If a participant fails to mute their connection and causes a disruption to the meeting, the connection will be terminated. For our phone-in callers, during staff presentations, staff will make every effort to specify which materials they are referencing so everyone can follow along. Those who provided advance notice are able to make comments under the visitor comment portion of the meeting. So at this point, we'll take a moment to take roll call of the council members by position. Please say here when the city clerk calls your name.
Deputy Mayor Zorns. Councilmember Thompson.
Here.
Councilmember McAuliffe. Councilmember McAuliffe, you're muted. Please unmute. Here. Councilmember McNeil.
Here.
Mayor Olson.
Here.
Councilmember Dorr. Councilmember Dorr, you're muted. Could you please unmute?
Here.
Thank you. Councilmember Agnew.
Here.
Thank you, all present.
All right, thank you. Lastly, before we begin, I'd like to reiterate some meeting guidelines. For all meeting attendees, please speak clearly and pause frequently. Mute your microphone when not speaking. If you are also streaming the live video, please turn down the sound as there is a delay. For our council members, if you want to speak, please indicate this by holding up your yellow speaker cards in the lower portion of the screen. I'll call on them as I see them, and this helps avoid two people speaking at the same time. All right, first up, we have the meeting agenda approval. Is there any changes to tonight's agenda? All right, seeing none, we have our public engagement opportunities. Saw it for a second. One more time, or are we passing on that? Oh, there you go.
Here, let's try that.
It's trying.
It's trying. It's not working. I don't know. We'll put it on the website.
Can you go back a slide, or it says it's? Nope.
Yeah.
All right. Those engagement opportunities will be posted onto the website. So, all right, on to our next item. So we have a proclamation. So we have Affordable Housing Week. Whereas people should have access to safe, healthy, and affordable homes in communities that provide opportunities for all citizens. And Whereas 1,958 Bothell households are considered housing insecure because they are spending more than half their incomes on rent and utilities, whereas the Bothell City Council adopted a housing strategy in May 2018 to address the affordable housing needs of the community, and whereas the city has surplus property in downtown and is working with Imagine Housing to create up to 76 units of affordable housing for very low and extremely low income people. And whereas the city continues to work with the Regional Coalition for Housing on additional strategies that will expand the amount of affordable housing, including a multifamily tax exemption program and targeted programs for future residential development in the Canyon Park subarea. And whereas the COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated existing financial constraints for many households and those at the lowest income levels in particular. And whereas, in order to raise public awareness of the crisis, organizations and communities are participating in local affordable housing week to elevate the critical need to preserve and increase affordable housing in our communities. And whereas the City of Bothell endorses the goals, objectives, and purposes of Affordable Housing Week. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Bothell does hereby proclaim the week of October 12th through the 16th, 2020 as Affordable Housing Week. So as long as I've been on council, this has been one of our priorities on council. So I'm happy to see us bringing to light Affordable Housing Week and making mention of it as well. I believe Director Catterman, you had a few words to share.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Council. I just want to say a little bit about affordable housing. I think I want to describe housing and data rich and information. We have lots of data about housing. It's to get wrapped up in all the numbers and acronyms of housing. For example, how many people would understand a mandatory provision that 10% of units affordable, 8% AMI, family of four is paying no more than 30% of their household income for either mortgage plus utilities. What's lost in numbers are real people trying to afford a decent, safe place to live. There are a couple of scenarios to tell the story more. A retail clerk every day.
Director Catterman,
40 hours a week. Yes.
You are very garbled at the moment. We're having a hard time understand.
I'll try talking slower. Is that help?
Slightly. I don't know also if perhaps turning off your video.
I'll try that. Is that any better?
So far?
Okay. I'll do that and talk slower. So I was saying what's lost in all the numbers that we talk about of affordable housing are that they're real people trying to afford a decent place to live. And just to put it in more human terms, I want to describe a couple of scenarios for you. The first being a barista or a retail clerk working 40 hours a week, assuming they can get 40 hours a week, earning minimum wage, which currently in Washington State, in most places, is $13.50 an hour. That's an annual income of about $28,000. The average rent for a studio apartment in Bothell is about $1,400 a month, which would equate to 60% of that person's income, or twice the amount that's considered affordable. Stated another way, this person could afford $700 a month, but the chances are they wouldn't be able to find an apartment in Bothell for that amount. Another example would be a teacher earning about $60,000 per year. Let's say she's single and has one child, and she could afford to pay about $1,475 per month in rent. The average rent for a one-bedroom apartment in Bothell right now is about $1,500. So this is close to affordable, but it doesn't factor in daycare if the child is preschool age, or the need for a second bedroom if the child is a teenager. So when we talk about numbers of units and area median income and affordability, we're talking about people with their own set of circumstances that can quickly change. Their housing situation could go from affordable to unaffordable to homeless with a job loss or medical issue or some other significant financial crisis. The bottom line is that Affordable Housing Week is really about people. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Director Catterman. Councilmember Dewar.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to express my appreciation for what Director Catterman said. I think that's really what we all need to remember is it's all individual stories. And so we can talk about affordable housing, but what we're really talking about is people and having places for people of all income levels to live. And as long as I've been on council, this has been a priority. And I'm really grateful for the work that staff has done to promote this policy and the work that we continue to do. So thank you.
Councilmember Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor. I too wanted to echo Councilmember Dewar's comments. Director Catterman, thank you for humanizing this. I feel like so many times when we talk about policy that can help make housing more affordable, we talk about the policy and not the people. We talk about parking minimums, we talk about zoning, and those are important issues, but not as important as the people that are affected by those. So I am looking very much forward, not only to just this being Affordable Housing Week, but continuing to try to move the needle on housing affordability through the policy that we vote on over the coming years.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I too would echo the comments by Councilmember Dewar and Thompson. I'd just like to say that we can set a standard here as we move forward with some of the things that we're doing on affordable housing within our community here, but also others around the region. If we all work together and continue to work together, we might make a small little dent in it because, as you said, it is these are real people. And some of these people are just one check away from not being able to afford a place to live. And so the work that we do today and continue to do as a city, as a community, will make huge impacts for future generations.
Deputy Mayor Zorns.
Well, I know pride isn't a good thing, but I am awfully proud of all of you on council, and I just appreciate the heart that you've had for the need. I mean, you consistently had the on your hearts the need for affordable housing. And Director Catterman, you said it well. I mean, you made it human, and we forget that it's human. And then to the city at large, I want to assure you that affordable housing is always one of the first questions that we ask. Some things that we've learned is that new construction, it's needed, but it's very hard to pencil out for being affordable. It's a real challenge. And something that I've appreciated from the city, even before I was on Planning Commission, was the legacy of trying to preserve what we have and trying to figure out how to make it healthy, whether it's our mobile home parks. We're one of the rare cities in the area that protect people who depend on mobile homes. Although that's not the right word, is it? What do we call mobile homes? We call them mobile
manufactured.
Thank you. Yeah, manufactured homes. I mean, we've been very proactive, and I think that's a badge of honor for us, and to be and moving forward to be protective and figure out ways to keep them healthy. And then the whole thing that we've gone through recently here, that our planning department put together and planning commission put together and went through city council of finding ways to make ADUs. I have two thoughts in my head at the same time. ADUs workable in the city, and the more that people take advantage of that. So affordable housing comes in all shapes and forms, and I really appreciate how the city consistently looks at being comprehensive and diverse when they think about the people that we need to serve.
All right, thank you everyone for the wonderful messages. Appreciate you speaking to the proclamation. Our next item, council committee reports. Does anyone have a committee report to make? All right, see, oh, Deputy Mayor Zorns.
Maybe I'll surpass Councilmember McNeil, but it's not as meaty and informative. But there's just a lot of details on this, so bear with me. One is I'll save that for later. So two is Raya 8. I talked to Councilmember Agnew about, because I was taking notes about some really exciting information that went on with Raya 8. The Chinook Run this year went up to 12,757, and they were anticipating 4,594. So that's almost 3 times the amount of Chinook that came in on this Chinook Run. And part of it, I asked them a follow-up question, and they said they're not ready to make that connection, is they have a new device that to deal with predators, which is, predation is a very huge problem with our salmon. And it's called Target Acoustic Startle Technology. And for you sound geeks, it's a randomized low decibel, so nobody's ears are getting hurt. No seals' ears are getting hurt. No fish's ears are getting hurt. And it's tuned to what startles seals, which is at 1,000 hertz. Salmon is at 400. And it just startles the seals. It moves real random, and it moves them out about 100 meters. They trigger it randomly, and so they had it 75% of the time during the salmon run, and it looks to be really, really effective, which is very, very exciting. Mayor's meeting, I just got to sit on that, substituting for our mayor, very briefly today. And Councilmember Doer may know more about this, Councilmember McNeil. The county is looking, I'm scrambling to find my notes. Okay. There's affordable housing. Well, they're trying to get a housing together but the problem right now is for the cities here on the east side is that you have in King County, you have to be a population of 60,000, and we're not there. And so Rod Dembowski is looking at, could 2 cities combine to get funding and then bring affordable housing with wraparound services of medical, dental, and mental health. So 2 cities with smaller population could count as one, and then they could get the funding, which I thought was a great creative idea. And I think Chamber of Commerce, that's not a committee, so I can bring that up later. And yeah, and I'll save my other piece for later in our conversation. That's it.
All right. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Zorns. All right, seeing no others, City Clerk, did we have any visitor comments?
Yes, Mayor, we did. Thank you. We received 2 written comments, one from Joanne Harkonnen regarding Main Street closure, which was forwarded to council. The second written comment was from Julie Rodwell. She submitted written comments regarding appreciation for staff during the pandemic and the Gateway Boulevard Place issues. And then I'm showing that we have 2 speakers on the line for live comment. The first one is Ann Agard, but it looks like she is hung up. So if she wants to call back in, we'll get to her. And the second is Brian Pickrell, and I'm going to unmute him. Brian, I just sent you a message to unmute yourself. Are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay,
You have 3 minutes.
Okay. I'd like to thank the Bothell Police Department for their brave service for our community and for keeping our community safe. And as a citizen of Bothell, I'd like to let them know I support them, and we all stand by them through the recent tragic events they've experienced. Specifically, though, I would like to request information from the Bothell Police Department about the status of the investigation into the shooting of Renee Hummel back in July. We've read in the news that the police department won't release any information to the Hummel family. I hope that that's an exaggeration, but it is a bit of an embarrassment to those of us who live in Bothell. We like to think we live in a city where the police department is the best of the best, including in the area of public transparency. Now, I've read that the investigation of the shooting has gone to the Snohomish County Multiple Agency Response Team, or SMART. But this is not a substitute for the police department doing its own review of the incident for the following reason. The SMART investigation is primarily concerned with deciding whether or not to file criminal charges. This is an adversarial atmosphere which is not conducive to an honest exchange of information, which is what the Bothell Police Department needs. I was in the Air Force, and when I was there, I learned how accident investigations learn to focus on root causes of incidents and to conduct investigations that do not seek to blame anyone and in which everyone would feel free to speak honestly without fear of reprisals. This was how they gained the ability to improve procedures and ensure that accidents would not happen again. I think that we should treat a police shooting in the same way. Investigations should focus on how to prevent future events, and in looking for changes to training or procedures that would prevent the same problems from happening again. Any investigation that focuses on criminal charges and blame does not solve this problem for the future. So my specific ask is, I want the city council and the mayor to request the police department to give the public a public update on their own handling of the situation. SMART wants to know if criminal charges are warranted. The Hummel family wants to know what happened to their son. And as a citizen of Bothell, I want to know what the police department is doing to improve its use of force procedures to prevent a tragedy like this from happening again. I hope I've made this all clear, and I hope that it doesn't become as contentious as these things often do. I'm simply asking for an update. Thank you.
City Manager, did you have a brief statement?
Certainly, I can provide an overview of the situation. The City of Bothell and the Bothell Police Department are by law not allowed to release any information. As the speaker mentioned, this is a third-party independent investigation, and we are not involved in that. And by law, the first individuals to receive information with regards to that investigation will be the Hummel family, not the City of Bothell or the citizens of Bothell. We will also conduct an internal investigation, as we always do with any use of force.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, it looks like we now have Ann Agard on the line. Ms. Agard, can you hear me? I sent you an unmute request. Can you unmute your, I don't know if that's going to work, but I can't. Ms. Agard, I can't unmute her, and it's not working. Ms. Agard, maybe you could hang up and call back in, and we'll get to you as soon as we can.
All right. All right, on to the consent agenda. So nothing looks like it was pulled. So Councilmember Dewar,
I move we approve the consent agenda.
Councilmember Agnew.
I second that motion.
All right, thank you. So we have a motion by Councilmember Dewar to approve the consent agenda, and we have a second by Councilmember Agnew. Any discussion? All right, seeing none. City Clerk.
Please say yea or nay when I call your name. Deputy Mayor Zorns,
Yay.
Councilmember Thompson,
Yay.
Councilmember McAuliffe. Please unmute your mic. Councilmember McAuliffe. Councilmember McAuliffe, please unmute your mic. How about a thumbs up or a thumbs down, if yes or no, if you approve the consent agenda? Great, thank you. Councilmember McNeil,
Yay.
Mayor Olson,
Yay.
Councilmember Dewar,
Yay.
Councilmember Agnew.
Yay.
Passes 7-0. And we do have Ms. Agard on the line. Ms. Agard, can you hear me? I just lost her. She's gone again. She was just there. I'm sorry. Ms. Agard, if you can try calling back, we'll get you, but I show we lost you once again. So, thank you.
All right. All right, on to our next agenda item. So we have AB 20-123, direction regarding use of public streets and right-of-way on Main Street and the use of private property parking areas for outdoor dining. So just to start off with this agenda item, we have City Manager Jennifer Phillips.
Thank you. And just for clarification, as soon as the public speaker comes on, do you want me to stop midstream so that we can?
Please, yeah.
Okay. I'll watch for that and stop so that she can make her public comment. Great. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. You've talked about this item on numerous occasions, and this is a follow-up from a discussion that you had a couple council meetings ago. There we go.
Ms. Agard, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you
Great.
hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you. You have, thank you for your patience. We have, y'all have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead.
Are you ready for me to speak?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Olson and council members. I am here on behalf of the League of Women Voters, Seattle King County Environmental Committee. 2 letters have been emailed to Mary Olson and City Manager Jennifer Phillips, introducing the League and their role as a partner with King County in introducing and working with local governments on the county's climate action toolkit, an integral part of King County's strategic climate action plan, what is also called the SCAP. As you know, King County has recently updated the county's strategic climate action plan, and the toolkit was developed as a free resource for all 39 cities in the county to identify resources and strategies to significantly address climate change throughout our region. The county consultants will present an overview of this toolkit and the updated SCAP to all council members and mayors in King County next Thursday, this coming Thursday, October the 8th. The League has been working with King County over 5 months to review the toolkit and to train us as volunteer teams to work with each of the cities to present this resource and enable us to address climate change throughout our region. What will make this process unique and successful is the creation of a county-wide process to address climate change holistically. There are 2 Environmental Committee League of Women Voters members here in Bothell, myself and Gilda Nettleson, and we are coordinating with the 1st King County Council District League of Women Voter members of the Environmental Committee in Shoreline, Lake Forest Park, Kenmore, and Woodville. I have reviewed the Bothell Council's goals in today's council packet related to environmental stewardship and sustainability. Bothell is committed to numerous climate action initiatives for waste reduction and recycling, business hazardous waste, chemical fertilizer use, pesticide use in parks, stormwater pollution, stream health, and water conservation practices. I look forward to future discussions of expanded options for sustainability and climate action goals, and working with staff, commissions, and council in a collaborative approach as we address best practices and strategies presented in the county's climate toolkit. Thank you for your interest in this important initiative.
Thank you. City Manager, we'll switch topics and back to yours.
All right. So I'll start again. This is with regards to the use of the public street and rights of way on Main Street. Council's had several discussions about the closure of Main Street and then use of the private property parking areas for outdoor dining. So there's three decisions or direction that I'm looking for this evening from the City Council. Right now, Main Street is scheduled to reopen on October 26th. This was a decision that was made a few weeks ago by the City Council. We received feedback from the businesses on Main Street that waiting until the end of October to decide whether Main Street should open or close was too long of a wait, and they would really appreciate if the council would make the decision earlier so they would know whether they could make or should make investments in their outdoor dining facilities. And so to accommodate those businesses and to support them, this item was put together very quickly to be able to bring it to you tonight. So the question for Main Street is, does the council wish to continue to have Main Street closed and thereby expanding the capacity for restaurants to be able to have outdoor dining? This extension, as it would be approved this evening, if you chose to do so, would be until we brought it back to you for some particular trigger point, and that would be either a change in the phases that the governor has allowed full capacity in restaurants, or that the schools are back in session, because traffic related to UW and Cascadia and the school district really have an impact on the downtown. And further discussion would need to happen once we're back at full capacity. And so we didn't put a date in the agenda bill, but it is something to be considered, that this is not a permanent closure. This is a closure that needs to come back to council at basically the right time to discuss again whether Main Street should be opened. There's a couple of logistical items that were brought to attention of the council with the closures and the ecology blocks. City vehicles and city staff are not able to provide the normal street sweeping. And so the restaurants and businesses on Main Street on that closed block would need to be responsible for that. You did receive public comment with regards to maintaining the leaves. There was an offer made that the leaves could be blown out into the public streets with the request that the street sweepers would come on a more regular basis and pick up those leaves. We generally don't do street sweeping on demand. There's a very rigorous schedule, and we have a large community that needs to be swept. And changing that would result in other areas of the city receiving less street sweeping, which is critical, especially during the leaf falling months. And so that's not an easy request for us to accommodate. Weekly would not be possible. Preferred would be that the leaves are blown and then picked up by the businesses and put into the compost, if possible, rather than blowing them into the street for the street sweeper to pick up. But that's something for council to consider. The other would be the ice and snow during some of our snow events that we've been having. Of course, the businesses are responsible for the sidewalks in front of their businesses. All we're bringing to the council's attention is that the street itself, which has now become a pedestrian zone, could not be swept or de-iced by the crews because, again, the ecology blocks prohibit any vehicles from being able to get in there. And so the businesses on that block would also be responsible for the street itself and ensuring that it's de-iced and snow is removed and ice is removed and it's safe for our community to walk on the street portion of Main Street. With regards to the permanent closure, that is not under discussion tonight. Again, this is a closure related to COVID and to support our businesses during the COVID crisis. And there would be trigger points when staff would bring this item back for further council consideration. Permanent closure has a direct impact on traffic circulation. There actually is a traffic circulation study in the downtown, for the downtown in the CFP, which is being presented this evening. It is unfunded. There is no funding to do that. But we would highly recommend that if the council were to consider and we're interested in a permanent closure of Main Street, that study be funded and a full study of the downtown and the traffic circulation be done before a decision like that is made. So that's the first question for council is to extend or not to extend the closure of Main Street beyond October 26th. The second question is the council made a decision to allow the use of private property and parking areas for outdoor dining for restaurants. Several restaurants in the downtown have taken advantage of that. That ordinance expires on December 15th, and I'm looking for direction whether council would like us to bring that back in the November timeframe or early December with an option to extend that for those restaurants that have utilized that. And the third question is, all of this was done without charging any fees for the permits or the use of the public rights of way to the businesses that have taken advantage of this. And the question is, would you like that to continue so that the fee waivers, the suspension of fees for the use of the public rights of way, which we would normally charge, and any fees for the permits would continue to be waived for the businesses. So those are the three items that I'm looking for direction on, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Councilmember McAuliffe. You're muted still.
Okay.
Yep.
First of all, I want to talk about our goals that we did last July. And that said, the goals said that we would do community connections and preparing our community partners for new events and activities, which could not happen during this time. However, today our people believe that the community can gather on Main Street. They can go to restaurants, they can be together. It's a very important thing for the people in our community. We don't have anything else that we are able to offer them because of the pandemic, but we can offer them the space. They really, truly value it. And it's a big issue for the people who want to gather and go to the restaurants and chat. Now, and I think we also have to remember these restaurants need to invest in like the heaters and the devices that are going to get them through the winter. So they need some security that this is going to last through the pandemic. I think it's really important to also think about the fact that without these restaurants on Main Street, we would be in, it would not be a good place for us to be. Many Main Streets have shut down because all they have are massage places and haircutting places, and they don't have the vitality. So please, through the pandemic, let's support these restaurants.
Councilmember Dewar.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm just going to go through the three questions. Main Street extension. I personally would love to see Main Street closed permanently. I'll just throw that out there. But at the very least, I think we should extend through either, I guess it would be through the phases. So if they're able to open indoors, since we're not, I guess we're not at liberty to talk about permanent at this point. And then as far as leaf blowing and ice and snow, I don't know if there's a way to, if we waive fees, which I'm not sure I remember how much those fees are, but if there's a way to have the owners kind of get together and take care of the leaf blowing, I think that's fair. The leaf blowing and collecting and composting. And then regarding parking closures, I think it should be the same as for Main Street in my mind, until the reopening phase allows for them to have full capacity within their restaurants. And then, as I said about fee waivers, I'm happy to waive fees, especially for asking them, the business owners, to be responsible for the leaf blowing and the ice and snow. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Agnew?
Oh, tough questions. I love going down and having dinner downtown. But I have another side of me that is in public safety, and I just cringe not having access to those buildings. So I think we need to open back Main Street. I think as far as the outdoor parking goes, I think people have had their time. The governor's starting to decrease some of the restrictions. So, personally, I think that we should probably implement the fees again and close the outdoor parking. Hate to be a bearer of bad news.
Councilmember Thompson?
Thank you, Mayor. Like I mentioned a few weeks ago, I don't really see the point in doing something to support our businesses through this crisis and not supporting them all the way through the crisis. They're not going to be able to open at more than 50% capacity until phase 4. I would like to see, and this might be a question for the city manager. Obviously, we're making this sort of a vague date. It doesn't have a stop ending point. Is there any way we can guarantee, like, unless we go to phase 4, like to a certain time frame, simply so those businesses would know that they, they can invest in the things they need for the winter time?
We didn't assign the deadline to the phases because the governor continues to alter that, and we had the perception that, just as Councilmember Agnew said, he's starting to make changes within phase 2, and so if we tied it to phase 4, and yet maybe he went to allow full dining in phase 3, that it wouldn't match, and so we left that off. Really, it's the traffic that's most concerning to us, and so to me, the trigger would be when the schools are back in session and the downtown traffic becomes challenging. With the university, Cascadia College, and the school district in full session, the downtown really does get full with traffic, and the ability to use Main Street will become more of a need. So that was sort of more the trigger we were thinking versus assigning it specifically to phases.
If we don't assign it specifically to phases, like, is there something we can do to give those businesses just assurance that they can invest in the things that they need to be able to serve outside during the winter, and it will be able to be used all winter? Can we say, like, it'll go through March or something like that?
It's absolutely under council's discretion. You can pick any date that you think is appropriate. I think that there's a very low probability that the university will, the college and the university will come back through the spring of 2021. So if you wanted to go through next summer, and then we could look at it in September. If you wanted to for the winter months, if you wanted to say until April, because then things would start to warm up, and you could. It's really your discretion of what you choose to do.
Okay.
It's our responsibility to tell you the challenges, and let you know that, that I think the thing we worry most about is traffic congestion, and it's our responsibility to make sure that our streets move well and the traffic moves well, and it's a priority for the environment not to have cars idling and stalled. The bus transportation is important, and that is a transportation corridor, and it's our job to make sure that people can effectively and expediently move about in the downtown.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question. I mean, I would be in favor of continuing this, and I would be in favor of continuing it long enough so that the businesses can know that they can make that investment and they don't have to worry, like, am I only going to be able to use these for a matter of months? Um, the other thing that I'd point out about traffic is every time a street is closed, something like 99 in Seattle a couple of years ago, and Carmageddon is predicted. The one thing we know is that people always alter their behavior based on the infrastructure that exists. So, like, I guess I'm not as sold on the fact that if we do close it down, it's going to cause major traffic disruptions because people generally adapt, and demand is dependent on what is actually there. So, um, in terms of leaves and ice and snow, um, I, I mean, I think this should be an expectation that the businesses will keep it workable for pedestrians. We had one business owner email us in and say, absolutely. And I do agree, like, it's not something that should be blown into the street. Like, this is something that they should bag and not just move it over for us to have to deal with it once it's all in one spot. And I don't feel like that will be a tremendously difficult ask for these businesses, considering what they're getting out of this. Parking outside, I feel the same way about. I mean, I saw, it looks like Zulu's is putting some things up. Like, there's cool places to be able to go be outside and enjoy yourself as much as you can right now. And I think it's important to keep those things going. And the packet said there weren't really any ongoing costs expected for this. And I would prefer to not charge, just because we are trying to get our businesses through a crisis that is still going on. I know it's been a long time, but it's not over yet. And I think it's really important for us to see this all the way through and ride it out. I think as long as we don't have extra hassle in terms of cleaning and street sweeping and that kind of thing, if the businesses take care of that, I am completely fine not charging for that.
Deputy Mayor Zorns?
So many good thoughts here that I'm feeling like I'm going to miss something that I want to add on to this. Let me first just deal with just do the questions. As far as Main Street, I agree with the city manager. The indications that we have, our campuses are not opening. The only campus traffic that I would worry about would be, because I know students use the bus to get to campus. Regular car traffic, they've got the north and south entrances, they would be fine, but it might be a problem there. However, looking at how this is progressing, I don't think it's going to be an issue. I guess my feeling is to allow use of Main Street until the orders are lifted. I know 4th of July, I don't know that we'll have 4th of July parade in 2021, but I hope we do. Oh no, don't shake your head. but if wishes were fishes, and this year I think it would be our Chinook fishes, it would be great to have our 4th of July parade again. But that's, all hinging on what this silly little virus is doing to us. So my feeling is allow it to stay closed until 2 weeks after the orders are lifted, to allow restaurants to transition, get things cleaned up and back inside. Private property, yes, please bring that back for discussion, because I think they ought to be on the same level playing field. I get the impression from the business community down there that they will be responsible with what fall and winter brings. I've been told that unless if power goes out, Main Street gets dead when there's snow. So if and when we have snow, we'll place our expectations on what that would be. Maybe we close Main Street. We just say, no businesses are open until the thaw hits. And then the other thing is, yes, on permits and use fees, and when that would start. it doesn't need to start tomorrow, but maybe December. Sorry for the dog. Was there any other thought? Oh, ADA accessibility, because there is a business that that has seniors that need to get in and get service. So if we couldn't bump the cement blocks in, I was thinking it was suggested that bring cement, because those are so easy to pick up and move. But on the west end, there, the closure, bring them in a little bit so a car could pull in, drop off. But maybe the business on the corner, the Main Street furnishings, would allow that to be marked off as ADA and allow people who are coming in vans and things to be able to get in and out and access that business. That was the only thing that I thought that we ought to add to the discussion, is making sure that it's ADA friendly. So that's it. That's my 2 bits.
I can tell you that we have been looking at loading zones in the downtown, and we're continuing to do that. So understand the need for that, and we're looking to see what we can do.
This is why you guys are the best, because you're thinking, you're 2 steps ahead. Thank you very much.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, City Manager, for the presentation and information update. To question number 1, do we wish to continue? Yes, I think all the conversations we've had around this, supporting our businesses in downtown, are not just supporting those businesses, but I think they're actually supporting our entire community to be able to give our community folks a place to go. While we have to social distance, my family has had the opportunity to go down and support the local businesses there. And we've seen other members of the community around down there as well. So I think we've created a really cool opportunity for our businesses, but in general, I think it supports our entire community and says something to our entire community that we're here for you and we're supporting you. And so I want to make sure that we can continue to support them through these trying times. The governor is making changes to phase 2, 3, 4. We don't know how that's going to look. But to Councilmember Thompson's point, yes, we need to make sure we keep the doors open, be nimble as we have been, and ensure that we continue to have the opportunities. But at the same time, make sure that we're, as the city manager put it, looking out for those trigger points that would cause us to take another look at it and have the opportunity to do that at that time. I would say, as far as the trash pickup, leaves pickup, we have we're in a financial crisis right now, and I call it budget, trying to figure out how to balance our budget. Anything we can do to work with our businesses in our community, also actually having them, maybe the businesses volunteer, do the leaf pickup, make sure the de-icer's out there, since the street sweepers and the de-icer rigs can't get through, making sure that they're helping to, while people are out there patronizing those businesses, keeping it safe for them to be out there, especially during the winter months. So I'd be for them helping us take care of that. As far as the fees are concerned, I don't think those fees were very much, but again, being fiscally responsible and making sure that we're collecting what, we're neutral, balanced and neutral with our costs. So if there's a cost associated, making sure and ensuring that whatever we're doing is paying for itself. Then as far as private property parking, I think, Councilmember Thompson brought up one of the businesses that's taking advantage of that right now. I think more businesses may take advantage of that to come, hopefully. I know that Jeannie is doing an amazing job working with our businesses, so hopefully she can continue to do that and let them know that these programs are available to them so that we can continue to support them throughout our entire community, through our whole city, both Snohomish County and King County portions. So I would be for having that come back to us as well. So I think I covered the yes to continue, the Main Street, the parking, and the fees, and having them help clean up. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for weighing in. So I think with the majority of the council, I too believe that we should extend the Main Street closure through the reinstatement or the increase of occupancy in there. I think we should also be very mindful of the transportation needs, but I think those two will really be linked together. Um, so I think it's hard to set a exact time, but I think as other people have said, this doesn't seem to be ending anytime soon, and um, it's just a very fluid and dynamic situation. So we do have to remain flexible. The outdoor dining, I think we want to continue that. And similarly linked with charging the fees, I say we continue waiving those. We be supporting our businesses on Main Street, and I think they too can support us by helping out, assisting with the cleanup and maintaining of the access and the use of their grounds for the public coming to patronize uh, their patrons on there. So I think it's just a little give and take on that front. City manager, are you getting the direction? I think we have a clear direction for you.
If I could just confirm with the city attorney, I don't need a motion to continue to waive the fees. Is that correct? I have direction to be able to do that.
That's correct.
Okay, then we're good. Thank you very much.
All right. Let's see. All right. We have an update on let's move on to AB 20-124, update on progress towards council's 2019-2020 biennium goals. City manager.
Thank you very much. So again, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, this is your quarterly update on the 2019-2020 goals that the council selected or approved in early 2019. This is what we've been working on through 2019 and 2020, and this is our way of communicating to both the council and the community on the progress that we're making. It allows us to make any adjustments and be able to get direction from council if we're having any challenges with any of the strategic objectives that we're working on towards accomplishing your goals. Unfortunately, this is the report where you can see the impacts of COVID-19. And we went from prior reports of being all green and making really great progress on the strategic objectives to having stalled in a few spots. However, we are still making really good progress and really good things are happening. Although we've slowed down a bit on affordable housing, that still remains a priority. And once the senior planner position that's vacant can be filled, further progress will continue. And we have made some strides, including the purchase and sale agreement with a nonprofit for affordable housing, for an affordable housing complex there on Lot A. So things have happened. We're doing some work in Canyon Park to protect affordable housing and housing. So we're still making progress, just some things have slowed in that area. Obviously, training was reduced drastically. There was no place to go. All conferences were canceled, and we've tried to transition into online training, which can be effective. There's been some very good training that's been able to be provided to our staff from an online standpoint. A lot of organizations have shifted to online training, and I think that's a trend that will continue into 2021. So we're still trying to find ways to provide that professional development to our employees, but do it from a virtual standpoint. We've done a lot in economic recovery and economic development. Recovery and resiliency has now been the focus of our economic development program, which is a one-person program with a lot of support from colleagues within the organization. And I think that the impacts of that program continue to be really important to our business community. And I think council's vision 2 years ago, 3 years ago, to create this position and to fund it and to support it really has paid off time and again. And now in this crisis, it's just invaluable to have this economic development program and to have our economic development manager. We continue to make good progress on the properties, cleaning up the properties, and we have one property under a purchase and sale agreement. Another property is nearly clean, and we continue work on the other properties in the downtown. And our community outreach certainly took some steps back, continues to be a focus for us. We did a lot of communication. It was different than we anticipated during COVID, but we provided a lot of communication to our community through the COVID crisis, and feel that we are continuing to make those connections, and we are a trusted, valuable resource to our community for lots of different types of information. So just some positive highlights. You see some yellow in there, and that's hard for all of us, but work continues, and good things continue to happen within the organization. Happy to answer any questions that the council might have about this quarterly update.
Councilmember Dewar.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Manager, for the update. I have several questions. It's really hard to flip between the screen and the agenda. So my first question is, under the police department, I was curious about the school resource officer wasn't mentioned, but that was included in the levy. And so I was just curious what the plan was in terms of filling that position.
We're waiting to hear back from the superintendent on her decision whether they would like to have school resource officers or not. This was a bit of a different, it was a unique position that was intended to go between all the schools. So it wasn't a designated school resource officer. We actually called it a SOSO officer, and now I can't remember what the acronym was for. But that position we're waiting to hear, because if the school is not interested in having school resource officers, we wouldn't fill the position for that specific purpose at this time.
Okay, and it makes sense because school's not in session right now, although I just saw an email that they're talking about opening up slowly. Second question was revamping the Human Services Grant Program. So it says that the grants basically run out or are completed at the end of 2020. So of course my concern in crisis, which we're in, is that we get money to those organizations that rely on our granting to provide services to the community. So I'm wondering if we have a process. It sounds like we're not going to revamp, but are we ready and in place or have plans for how to move forward with getting those grants out to the community?
So right now, that'll be discussed in the next presentation under the budget. At this point, that's $750,000 over the biennium, and that amount is not budgeted in the 21-22 budget. We were not able to find adequate revenues to be able to cover that expense. But there is a discussion that I'd like to have with the council with regards to a resource center that would be able to deliver supportive services more directly to our community, whereas the 47 grants that we provide are more regional, and we've been unable to determine if any of those grants have any support directly to our citizens in Bothell. And that's been something that the council has been requesting, is accountability, to make sure that we know where those funds are going, we know who they're helping, and specifically that they're helping people, our community in Bothell. And we're not able to do that. And that was the idea behind revamping the grants, is really focusing our efforts in getting the funds to our organizations here in Bothell for our community. So currently it's not in the budget, but there will be a lengthy discussion about that during the budget discussion. So if you can hold off with that question and ask it again when we do the budget, that would be great.
Well, I will bring it up because I'm concerned that is not what I remember us having a conversation about when we talked about it earlier in the summer. I believe there was a lot of discussion about wanting to continue that support. So my third question is in regards to Law E, F, and G. Am I reading correctly that the site is cleaned up now?
No, that's not correct. The corner of EF and EF and G is not clean at this point. The cleanup continues.
Okay, all right. So do we know what the schedule is for that to be completed?
No, we don't.
Okay.
It's going to be a couple of years.
Okay. And then the other thing I wanted to point out was it says Sound Transit submitted a proposed 10% design. Is that something that council members could see?
Yes, so I had provided information to the council a couple of weeks ago. Sound Transit will be coming to the city council on October 20th, and will be presenting those designs themselves so they can answer questions, as it's their project and their designs. I thought it was best that that council's able to have that conversation with the Sound Transit staff.
Perfect. And then I have one other question, but I have to. Okay. So I'm reading on, let's see. I'm reading that since implementing the problem-based policing and operations, officers have been better able to focus their attention on criminal hotspots. As a result, arrests pre-COVID-19 were double the 3-year average. Additionally, we've taken numerous guns out of the hands of felons and off the street. So I'm interested in learning more about this and what kinds of arrests we're making. If there's a way to get more information about that.
Certainly, I have information. I've been compiling information with the chief, and some information will be coming out to the council probably tomorrow with regards to the kinds of arrests and some demographics with related to our the individuals, the suspects that we arrest. So that information will be coming tomorrow.
Okay, and then the last question I had was the emergency management performance grant. So it said we submitted EHP forms for the BOC, I don't know what these mean, project, which was approved by the state but denied federally. So does that mean we're not going to be able to do that project because of the federal government not approving it?
I don't know. I'd have to get back to the council on that.
Okay. I think that's all my questions. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember McAuliffe.
Okay, so I have a few questions. First of all, I think that we need ongoing conversation with the diversity community so that we know exactly where they're going and how they're going to work toward equity and diversity. So I hope we hear from them on a regular basis. I also am concerned about the human service grants because we are kind of up in the air about what we're actually going to do with those. But I'm committed to having, and Jennifer, help me with this. Is it a community court? Am I saying that right? Yes.
Correct.
I'm pretty sure that people who have issues that relate to mental health or drug uses or who we could actually bring through a community court. I think that's very important for us to think about because I know, and you know as well too, a lot of people don't belong in jail. They need treatment. And that's what I really care about doing in the community court. So I'm hoping, Jennifer, you can give me and the council some advice about what would that cost? How much could we save from the Human Service Committee? And should we kind of think of those two together?
Well, that's an excellent question, and we won't be able to give you specifics because I'm asking the council tonight during the budget presentation. Judge Rosano will be on, and she'll be presenting the Community Resource Center Community Court concept to the City Council, seeking direction on if that's something you would like us to work on and bring back to you what that would look like, what the costs would be, and what services would be delivered. So we have a concept in mind, but nothing specific. We have identified some potential funding sources and how we would bring that together. The human services monies, again, I didn't hear a majority of council specifically request that those be included in the budget. I recognize how incredibly important it is for the community and the council, but this is a very, very challenging budget. And so decisions were made to try to balance the budget without using excess general fund reserves. So right now, the $750,000 for the biennium is left out of the budget, and we're still using $2.1 million in general fund reserves to balance the budget. The concept behind the Resource Center and Community Court would be to identify what services are needed in Bothell. So rather than distributing these funds to organizations that help people all over the region, which of course is helpful, is to really understand the needs in Bothell, which is what the Human Services Subcommittee had talked about, was some sort of needs assessment. How do we know what Bothell needs? How do we know what our community in Bothell needs? And so by creating this resource center and bringing the navigator in and bringing people in who understand and get to know our community, they can then tell us what services are needed and then we would work to bring those services into our resource center, and then be able to identify the cost of delivering those services, bring that back to council, and some portion of the human services money could then be allocated to the resource center rather than distributed to 47 organizations all around basically King County and some into Snohomish County, without direct accountability back to the city of Bothell that it's actually going to our community. So that's the concept behind tying the human services money, a portion of the human services money, to the community resource center, community court.
And Jennifer, I just want you to know, and I want the council to know, I think this is critically important. We in the state of Washington do not have the resources to help these people with their mental health problems or their drug problems. We as a city should really care about our people so that we can support their needs, their social and mental needs. So thank you, Jennifer. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mayor. I saw Councilmember or Deputy Mayor Zorns up first, but that's okay. Councilmember Dewar brought up the policing and wanting some additional information on that. Is it possible when we do that, when we get that additional information update, that we include information that is like where the arrests, like where they reside, like what city they're from, things like that? Like, I guess I would be looking to see how many people are coming into our community committing these crimes or traffic violations and things. So it'd be important for us as a community to understand what that looks like. So I'd be very interested in hearing more about that. You brought up the human services funding, and you're going to speak a little later, I think, on the resource center. I can't even begin to tell you how excited I am to start to hear about that, because we see how important our senior center is to our community, the North Shore community. Having something like that, a resource center that allows us to have professionals within a location here, allows us to maybe even have, Woodinville or Kenmore come in and help and just have these resources in one place. So I really look forward to hearing more about that, and I'm super proud that Bothell is starting that conversation and taking the lead on it. When it comes to race, equity, and diversity, I think everybody on this council and the city knows how important this is, not only to me, but to people within the community. I feel very strongly that we need to have more and more conversations around race and equity, but we need to have those conversations and have many different folks sitting at the table so that we can understand how race and equity and diversity and racism and all these things affect us through our own personal lenses and affect us differently within different parts of the region. I've had the opportunity to serve on many committees and sit on many panels here recently in the last 6 months. I was just telling the city manager this today. I've learned more in the last 6 months about race and equity than I have in 54 years of being alive, and that's saying something, because trust me, I've had my experiences. So I'm super excited about what we are doing here in Bothell. I'm super excited about dive in and learning more about what we are doing internally, and I think it's important that while our goals may be turning a little yellow, there are goals, and together we can turn those back to green. As long as we stay the course, as long as we work together, as long as we understand that standing united, and while we may not always agree on things, having an open, positive conversation allows everybody to hear us talk about these things, understand where we're coming from. And to me, that would make us an amazing council. And right now, with everything that's happened nationally, we as a council, as a city, we need to come together and show our community how we are united within. So I'm looking forward to the conversation, city manager, just because we're turning a little yellow. It means that we have some work to do, but thank you to all the city staff for all their hard work. And I so look forward to hearing more about how we can bring the resource center and the equity and all these other things to life. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Zorns.
Council Member McNeil actually beat me. So, but thank you for your graciousness there. Again, proud of my council because you're all asking great questions, and our city staff. I'm proud of our city staff. Excellent questions. I'm so excited to talk more about a resource center tied in with our court system, because that's what we've been talking about is dealing with the people of Bothell and dealing with, that was not phrased right. Dealing with the situations for the people of Bothell in a meaningful, impactful, another overused word, but in a way that's going to make Bothell better. And I'm really excited to hear more. That's all I wanted to say. I'm going to head out and let's get on to the next thing.
My computer's being a little cranky today. All right. Thank you, City Manager, for the report. I'll echo some of the other statements. Yeah, we do have some yellow. It's not as green as it used to be, but we currently have a lot of challenges within the city. And man, 2020 has just been challenging year, and we're still, these are still our goals, and we're still moving forward on them. So I think that's what we need to focus on, that we just continue making progress. We continue holding them true to what we do every day, and we'll be moving on to some later discussions tonight on what our future goals will be and how we've accomplished so many of them, and we need to reflect on those and identify new goals and start down a new path and bring on those new challenges. All right, so let's take a 10-minute break. Our next topic is a nice meaty one, so we'll come back in 10 minutes, and we'll be adjourned until 8:27. All right, welcome back. We're moving on to the next item, AB 20-125, consideration of the draft 2021-2022 Biennium budget and proposed 2021-2022 council priorities. So I'll start out with City Manager Jennifer Phillips. It's one of those nights.
I got it. All right. No, I got it. I got it. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, tonight's a very big night for the City of Bothell. To be able to present to you the preliminary 2021-2022 budget. We have been working for nearly this calendar year after the start of COVID, began putting our budget together. We came to you in June with a budget workshop. We spent nearly 12 hours together over 3 nights, reviewing each of the departments, what they do, what their challenges are, highlighted some of their achievements, and specifically asked for some direction with regards to what your priorities were in giving us guidance to be able to put this budget together. So tonight we're going to present that budget to you. I'm going to go through the revenue projections. I'm going to go through some expenditure projections, the general fund reserve, which we've talked about time and again, and how important it is for us to make sure that we're maintaining that. I want to review the council priorities, department budgets, and then I'm seeking some policy direction to be able to finalize this budget and bring it back to you in early December for adoption. So let's talk about some of the revenue, some of the forecasts. And I want to talk first about the financial strategy. So putting the financial strategy together, we've been talking now for over 3 years about the financial challenges that are facing the city of Bothell. And to be able to lay out a path of how we become financially stable and sustainable, which is one of the council priorities, we have to have a strategy to do that. And so we want to pursue fiscal sustainability. We want to make sure that for years to come, we're able to deliver the services to our community in an efficient and effective way and have the revenues to be able to do that. We need to reduce our structural deficit. We've had a structural deficit for years. As we talked about when we prepared the 2019-2020 budget, unbeknownst to many of us, I wasn't here, we had bled our general fund reserve, our unrestricted reserve, down to $600,000. That is an unacceptable amount. It goes against all financial management principles, and we cannot do that again. And so we still have a structural deficit, which means we are spending more than we're making. And we need to look at strategies this year, next year, and in the years ahead to reduce that so that we can get to a point where we have a general fund reserve that meets council policy, and also where we spend only what we make, and we're able to cover our expenses as well as be able to afford the one-time expenses that we have as a city. To do that, we need to keep looking at right-sizing the organization. We made the very difficult decision in 2020 to lay off 14 people. All of those were productive, valuable people delivering services to our community, but we can't afford that level of service. And we will continue to look at the organization and the types and level of service that we're able to afford and continue to make decisions so that we get to a point where this organization, again, is at a level that we are spending what we're making. And that takes right-sizing the organization. We need to continue to assess revenue enhancing options. We cannot become financially sustainable and reduce our structural deficit without looking at revenue options. To cut our way out of this, to reduce expenses and reduce services, will be a very, very difficult road. And so part of the strategy needs to be looking and assessing at revenue options that we have available to us to help us with our financial sustainability. We want to adhere to the financial policies that were passed by council in 2020. That's why they're there. You set policies that we need to adhere to ensure our financial sustainability. Again, we want to maintain that general fund reserve. We're not currently meeting the 3-month minimum that is in the financial policy. And the policy says that we will continue to strive to get to that point where we have 3 months worth of general fund reserve. That is this 3 months of operating revenue in our general fund reserve. We want to ensure that our enterprise funds pay for city services, so that the enterprise funds, which are independent businesses, should be paying their fair share. We talked about this when I prepared the 2019-2020 budget. We implemented those strategies, and I'll be talking about that as part of our strategy for balancing the 21-22 budget. And we want to be sure that we use the proceeds from the sale of the properties that we sell in the downtown for one-time uses only. It is so easy to take that money and to start putting it towards ongoing expenses. And in fact, the strategy for this building, the City Hall, was based on using one-time monies to make ongoing lease payments. That is not a good financial strategy. We still struggle to make and cannot make our lease payments with ongoing revenues. We still need other sources of revenues to be able to cover our lease payments, but we want to use those proceeds of the sales from the properties for one-time uses only. So this is the financial strategy that we've put together, and together, if we work together and we keep these strategies in mind, we can continue to move forward and work towards reducing that structural deficit and ultimately eliminating it, getting that general fund reserve up, and having a financially sustainable organization so that we can deliver the services to our community. The budget strategy. So we wanted to look at our revenues, and really one of the challenges we're having is this is the most unknown economic time that we've ever experienced. In my almost 35 years in local government, there was no way for us to, with any sense of confidence, be able to estimate what and anticipate what our revenues were going to be for both 21 and 22. So we were working with unknown economic outcomes. And so we did the best we can and the best we could with the information we have available to us today. We also wanted to reduce expenses and focused on maintaining our core services. So we've talked in past about the machine, and a lot of this budget focuses on the machine. There are limited additional initiatives in this budget because we cannot afford them. We really wanted to focus on, because of the uncertainty of the economy and our revenues, what we did is we really focused on 2021 and intend to assess our revenues over the next 9 to 12 months and then come back to council and tell you where we are. We obviously would do quarterly updates as well along the way and identify then for 22 what we need to amend, whether we need to look at additional revenue sources, whether we need to make some adjustments to our expenditures, and be able to then do an amendment to the 2022 budget to try to accurately budget for both 21 and 22 under these circumstances was not feasible. And we quickly came to that conclusion and realized we really needed to focus on 2021, have enough revenue and manage our expenses for 21, and then be able to look at 22 at the end of 2021. So that's our budget strategy. Again, we built the budget around the council priorities, which were provided to us during the workshop that we conducted in June. And we have very limited new initiatives because the revenue is not there for us to be able to do many new things for our community, which I know is hard for the council and is hard for us as well. Just a basic overview. You always have to have some sort of graph. Every budget presentation needs to have a couple of graphs. So this is a graph by revenues by type. So you can see that our majority of our revenue comes from property tax, sales tax, and utility tax. Others are charges for services and a variety of other revenue sources. But that's where we watch our property tax so carefully, the revenues and sales tax. You can see that's 15%. And the volatility of that sales tax has been one of our challenges in 2020 and continues to be for 21 and 22. And then expenditures by function. So you can see this is just broken down. Public safety is 25% of our budget. Capital and infrastructure is about 34%. General government, which is our internal services, is about 11%. So this gives you a sense of where we're spending our money in the budget. So our revenue forecast, just to go over some of our assumptions so you understand how we came to the numbers that we did. So for sales tax in 21, we did about a $1.5 million reduction compared to 2019. We think that's reasonable. As we've shared with you in the second quarter budget update, revenues have not been as impacted by COVID-19 as we had anticipated. Although sales tax is down, it's not down as much as we had feared. And so we have nominally adjusted sales tax in 21 to adjust for the impacts of COVID. And then for 22, we go back up to the 2019. I think that this is conservative, but it's not overly conservative and it's not overly optimistic. We think that this is a very good sweet spot. And again, we will reassess the revenues when we come back at the end of 21 and determine how the revenues look in our projections for 2022. Property tax, we did a modest decrease in new construction value. We did incorporate the 1% allowable increase that needs to be approved by the City Council. So that is included in our revenue projections. And our only issue and something that we want to watch is that if there is a slow pay and there are defaults on property taxes, we haven't seen that. There was a delay allowed in the payment of property taxes, but generally property taxes came in on time and we haven't seen a lot of defaults, but that is something that we're watching. If we were to be impacted by some sort of significant recession, we want to watch that to make sure we have adequate cash flow. For utility taxes, we have an inflationary increase for 2021. We did include a 2% increase for utilities, which is a councilmatic decision for 2022. And again, this decision was made because the revenues are so unknown, and to be able to balance the 22 budget based on existing revenues, we would have had to substantially reduce our expenditures. And it didn't make sense to make draconian cuts to our services on basically unknown revenues. And so again, part of the solution of financial sustainability is looking at revenue increase options. And we certainly recognize that this impacts our community, and these kinds of decisions are taken very seriously. We're not asking for a decision tonight, nor would we ask for a decision upon adoption of this budget in December. But I want to highlight that additional revenues are being used to balance the 2022 budget, and staff would come back to you in 2021 to have further discussions and seek specific council approval to do any kind of increase. And specifically, this would be a 2% increase to the utilities. And we also included an increase in the business license fee in the second year, generating about $1 million in additional revenue. And again, this falls under your authority as council. Same as with the utility tax, your decision to adopt this budget does not approve this business license fee increase. It only allows the revenue to be included in the budget. We would come back to you in 2021, assess where we are from an economic standpoint, assess our revenues, and then bring to you the item to discuss whether you would like to look at a potential increase in our business license fees. We left our development fee revenue the same as 2019. That was a relatively high and robust year. We've seen a small slowdown, about 30% in development revenue, but that seems to be increasing again. And Bothell just is a great place to be, and developers and development continues in Bothell. And so we're fairly optimistic on that continuing, even if there is a slight recession. If there's a major recession, that is another question. From an expenditure standpoint, salary stayed basically consistent. There are slight increases because we have contractually obligated merit increases as people are receive their annual performance evaluations and are contractually obligated. We are contractually obligated to provide them with step increases, but basically no other increases are included in this budget. Our healthcare costs are mandated by other organizations we don't have control, and generally we saw cost increases between 5 and 8%. Generally, the other benefits, we didn't see any increases, so those are remaining flat. Departments really worked hard to implement efficiencies. Again, we reduced staffing by 14 full-time positions. This was not done through attrition, and these were not vacant positions. These were staffed positions, so we laid off 14 individuals for savings to be able to balance the 21-22 budget. We are continually seeking efficiencies, and we've reduced expenditures wherever possible to be able to better balance this 21-22 budget. We have a vacancy strategy. We do have current vacancies. We talked about the challenges that we had in 2020. We were looking at about a $5 million deficit if we didn't make changes in 2020. We did that. One of the ways we did that was by holding vacancies, especially those funded by the general fund. We're going to continue to do that in 21-22. We'll be very thoughtful with positions that are currently vacant. Positions that will become vacant will be scrutinized. We'll make sure that we need them and that they're delivering important services, and then we'll determine when and how they can be filled. So we're being very thoughtful about filling vacancies. Again, we're focused on core services, keeping that machine running and delivering those core essential services to our community. And our enterprise funds, which is our water fund, our sewer fund, and our stormwater funds, now are fully carrying their full cost, which means that they are paying the city for the services that they use. So things like HR services, IT services, finance services, all of those costs are now being applied to the utilities. And so they are covering their costs and are a closed business circuit. And so the general fund is no longer subsidizing with general fund monies those enterprise funds, and that is good financial practice. We've talked on several occasions about the asset replacement. That is an unfunded fund. It should have between $12 and $14 million in it. It does not. And so for 21-22, as we have in years past, we carefully scrubbed our asset replacement list, and we've only funded the critical replacements, which means we've extended the useful life of some equipment and determined that we don't have the money right now to be able to make some of those replacements, and are making investments in maintenance and taking care of those items so that we don't have to replace them in this biennium. We did make a contribution of $600,000 toward the North Creek ball turf replacement. We've talked about this several times. Each field, we have 2 fields, each field costs about $1 million to replace. Because of the great work of the parks crews, we've been able to extend that useful life, and there's some additional funds in this budget to continue to extend the useful life of those fields. But at some point, when they don't pass the stress test, those fields will have to be closed and cannot be used for safety reasons. And so we wanted to at least start to make some progress in moving towards replacement, funding the replacement of those fields. And so that $600,000 is intended to do that, is to take a step in the direction to be able to do that. There's $1 million of general fund that moves towards, that is applied to the City Hall lease payments. There is $1.8 million that's coming out of REIT 1. So the full amount is still not being paid through ongoing revenues. REIT 1 has other uses, very important. We can use those monies for capital improvements. The community is always asking for more sidewalks, more street repairs, and our ability to maintain our infrastructure, which is technically what REIT 1 is really intended for. Lease payments is a perfectly legal use, but we really want those monies to be available for our capital projects, and we continue to have to program those to pay the lease payments on this building. But we have moved $1 million of the general fund towards making those lease payments, which is an appropriate, that's part of being financially sustainable, is being able to make those lease payments out of ongoing revenues. So the general fund reserve, you know how important that is, and you passed a financial policy to make sure that we had 3 months of operating revenue. That's our goal, is to have 3 months of operating revenue in our general fund reserve. So at the end of 2020, we are now projecting, because of the steps that we took very early in April, May, to save monies through the furloughs, through the layoffs, through the hiring freezes, through the overtime freezes, we were able to save a significant amount of money. And in addition, we received funding from the federal government through the state to reimburse ourselves for the cost of COVID. All of those things has helped reduce what we thought would be a $5 million deficit in 2020 to a deficit that will be less than $1 million. And therefore, we're now projecting our ending fund balance to be just a little over $10 million. The preliminary budget that's being presented to you tonight uses $2.1 million to balance the budget. And that is because to cut more and to live within our means, we would have had to cut $2 million in positions and services to our community. And again, due to the unknown nature of COVID and the impacts on our economy and our revenues, it just didn't seem prudent to cut another $2 million out of our services when there were so many unknown factors. And so at this time, we are recommending the proposed use of $2.1 million, with again, the opportunity to come back to the council in 2021 to reassess where we are with our revenues and our expenditures, and to be able to readjust as necessary. So if we were to stay the course, at the end of 2022, your ending fund balance would be $8.6 million, which is just slightly below a 2-month operating reserve. And so that is well below your policy of having 3 months. So clearly still work to do, but we have at least maintained the general fund balance at the 2-month operating reserve. This fund balance also does not include the speculative revenue from the sale of properties. So we know that we have a purchase and sale agreement for Lot D in the downtown. That is currently at $12.7 million. There will be some expenses that will come out of that, but that is an anticipated deposit that or a payment that the city will be receiving sometime in 2021 when we close that sale. Again, strong financial policy says we use those monies for one-time expenses, and we continue to recommend that those monies be placed in the general fund reserve. Second, that they be used to continue paying for the extensive work that we're doing on the properties in the downtown to clean up the contamination, which we believe will take several more years and multiple millions of dollars to complete. We have no funding sources for that, and so we want to make sure that we have adequate monies available to do that, and any remaining funds could be used to pay the lease payments on the building. Again, your target for the 90 days is the 13.2 million. And the minimum is 8.8 million, and so we're just slightly short of that minimum amount. Do you want me to stop and see if there's any questions, or keep going?
Yeah, does anyone have any questions? I can see everyone, so I'm not seeing any cards, any hands. All right, please continue.
All right. So in June, when we met in the workshop for the 3 days, we talked about council priorities and goals. And based on that discussion and the limited financial resources that we had available, the team and I had a long discussion about how do we state what the council's priorities are, and we're able to communicate that to the community and then build the budget around that. And ultimately, when we went back and we really thought about what the council was telling us, was these were really priorities. And so we've reframed the discussion and the way we're identifying how the guidance that we received with regards to how to prioritize our funding, basically calling them council priorities, because this really is a very short-term situation, hopefully a short-term situation that we're in. Normally when we put a 2-year budget together, we're able to look beyond the 2 years and really look ahead and see where we're going and be able to have goals and envision our future. And right now, these are just such incredibly unique times that we felt that it was more appropriate and fit the scenario and situation that we're in better to refer to them as priorities. How do we prioritize our funding for the next 2 years, and especially this first year in 2021, so that we meet council's priorities and expectations and can deliver the services that the council would like us to during these difficult times. And so the priorities that are being proposed are the priority of focusing on long-term financial sustainability. We heard that consistently throughout your discussions. To maintain our existing infrastructure, so maintain what we already have. You know, we have open space. We have nearly 400 acres of open space. We have parks. We have roads. We have buildings. Let's maintain what we have and not build more, buy more, do more, but maintain what we've already got. Provide a safe and secure community. And support our community's recovery from COVID-19. You just had a really nice discussion about your support for the businesses in the downtown and made decisions to continue that support. And I think those will be the things that we can continue to focus on in 21 and 22. You did adopt a goal, and so I didn't want to rephrase that because you passed a formal resolution adopting a goal about diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so we're recommending the goal of pursuing equity through inclusive community engagement. And that is truly a long-term goal. That is something we will work on for years ahead. This is our starting point, and we have some initiatives that we can work on to start working on that goal for you. So one of the conversations that we've had during the workshop was, well, what fits under those topics? What will be the things that you're working on? So we put some things in so that you have a sense of what the strategic objectives would be that we would work on to achieve your priorities. So under financial sustainability, it would be things like putting a strategy together to strive to get a 90-day general fund reserve, to use the proceeds of the sale for one-time expenses only, and that would be the general fund reserve, the downtown remediation, and the city hall payments. Continue to implement strategies to eliminate the structural deficit. And so as we look at decision making and we look at strategies to have that at the forefront, how do we continue to make good decisions where we can eliminate that structural deficit? Make decisions that help us build up the asset replacement fund, and to continue our economic development program. That's a key part of our financial stability, is to continue to support our businesses. Under Safe and Secure Bothell, in the budget is to implement red light and school zone cameras for the safety of our community. To consider shared services, council gave us direction to speak to a neighboring fire district to see if there's an opportunity for shared services with our fire district and cost savings for our community without a reduction in services. We already talked earlier about a resource center community court, and we'll be talking about that in detail later on. To build 2 fire stations and continue implementation of the affordable housing strategy. Those would be the kinds of strategic objectives that would come under your priority of safe and secure Bothell. Recovery from COVID, business recovery and resiliency. So much of the economic development manager's work has been supporting our businesses through the recovery and providing support for resiliency in these difficult times. And so we would want to continue that. Distribution of any federal funding resources and recovery funding. We would want to make sure that that gets out into our community, supports our own organization. So that would be one of the areas of focus. Continue continuity of government services and emergency response. That's taken up a huge amount of time in 2020 as we have responded to COVID, and we would continue to do that through 21 and, if needed, 2022. And support any kind of federal or state legislation that assists our community and businesses with recovery. So those would be some of the strategic objectives under that priority. For the existing infrastructure, properly maintain our buildings and our vehicles, continue safe streets and sidewalks levy, create a security officer position. We received support for that because protecting our technology is so incredibly important. To maintain and expand our existing IT infrastructure. So we want to be sure that we can continue to meet our IT needs. Continue environmental cleanup of the downtown properties. That's very important. Maintain our water, sewer, and stormwater systems, and maintain our 400 plus acres of existing parkland. So those would be the types of strategic objectives under that priority. And finally, under your goal of diversity, equity, and inclusion, we're looking at a goal of pursuing equity through inclusive community engagement and really focusing on working with the community, but also growing ourselves. So an investment in who we are as a workforce so we can understand what equity, inclusion, and diversity look like, and so that our workforce can support that initiative and can support the work that surrounds that. To provide ongoing cultural competency skills, again, for our workforce, and then to develop a process or processes to incorporate equity considerations into city council decisions. So we have to have the skills to understand how to assess the things, the policy decisions that we're bringing to council. We need to know how to assess those so that we can highlight equity and inclusion and diversity in those decision-making points for the council and help guide you through that discussion and identify areas where we can be more inclusive in our decision-making. And then for the council to allocate city resources to enhance an inclusive community engagement program. And so those would be the strategic objectives we'd be looking at to start our work in moving towards accomplishing your goal of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Do you want me to stop again?
Please, does anyone have any questions on this last segment? Councilmember Dewar.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the policies and goal. I just wanted a clarification. So the final list of goals, I'm not sure what it is. Is it our previous goals plus the addition of the equity goal?
No, this would be your new set. This is what we built the budget around. So this would be your set of priorities and your goal. And this is how we put the budget together. This is where we put our resources, and any additional monies above the machine would be going to these 5 items.
Okay, so I really like and think that you in large part got what we talked about. My only problem with this list is the dropping off of a sustainability goal, because if we have 10 years to change the outcome of climate change, we can't afford to lose 2 years by taking it off the priority list. So that would be my only comment about the list.
And during the discussions of the workshop and the consensus that I heard from the council, that item didn't come up, but this is exactly the opportunity for the council to have that discussion. This list was garnered from your discussions, and so I look to that feedback. At the end, there is a one slide for policy direction, and it is to discuss these priorities and goals to make sure that we've covered what you need. If there's any additional requests that are not the baseline of what we've already been doing, additional resources would need to be put towards that, and basically a staff position, and that would need to be funded. And so that would be direction that I would need so that I could reduce services in another area and be able to fund a position or fund programming for a priority like that.
So my understanding of the process last time we talked was that we were having difficulty establishing goals, and you were going to come back with priorities from which we had a discussion about goals. So I don't think we've had a real discussion about goals, and so I am offering what I think about these goals, because my understanding was that was going to be part of this discussion, so that's why I'm bringing it up.
And that's helpful, and that's what I tried to explain. Was this is such unusual times, and I struggled with, and I think that's why council struggled with, how do we plan for goals when we're in such a unique time, and this budget is so financially constrained, and we're barely keeping our nose above the water line, and basically working to deliver just the core services with a few new initiatives. And that was the decision. And again, these are for council, so I look forward to the discussion and the feedback from council. But that was where the words priority came in rather than goal, because really it's the priority of how this budget was put together. And so if additional goals or priorities wanted to be added, then they're not funded in this budget right now, and I would need direction to do that. And then would have to look at areas of either using more general fund reserve or cutting services in other areas.
I understand what you're saying, and I'm also saying, to me personally, that is the goal that needs to be on there, and I'm happy to have input from other council members. But I would just submit that climate change isn't going away because COVID came along and we have economic problems. We have a really great resource now that K4C, which we've never decided to participate in, has put out. So that is a tool that we can use that didn't cost us anything. And I would just say that there are things that we can do that don't necessarily cost the city money that we can look at. But I'm interested in hearing what other council members think.
Councilmember McAuliffe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to say how appreciative I am of our economic development program, which is Jeannie Ash. This is a really critical time for us to use our economic development person to really help our economy. Our small businesses are struggling, and I know that she's been out there and talking to them and supporting them. So first of all, I want to say that. Second, I think one of our important goals is to pursue equity through community engagement. This is not an easy time. So if you could kind of give me a vision, City Manager Jennifer, about how that one is going to move forward.
You know, I wish I could. This is new ground, and that's why when you go back and I talk about the investment in us, we need to learn and we need to understand so that then we can go out and have effective community engagement with our community. So part of it is an investment in our organization, so we understand what that looks like. We can become good stewards. We can be the leaders in diversity, equity, and inclusion. So I don't know. This is new. This is a new goal. I don't know. It's something we'll do together.
And I appreciate that because I think it's critically important to our community. And I appreciate that we're moving forward with that.
Councilmember Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor. When you mentioned in there expand the IT infrastructure, does this budget include engagement software, something like Granicus, or a way for our community to better engage with us?
Yes, it does.
Okay. I appreciate that. And I don't know when we are supposed to have the discussion around environmental sustainability, and I don't just want to let that go without just putting my 2 cents in. I can't imagine a world in which that's not a goal of council, of any council at this point in time. I fully support adding it to our goals. I don't necessarily think that we would need to add a staff member or redo a budget to have this put forth as a goal. And as we prepare things and agenda items for council over the course of the next year, I think it's just important to know that that is something that we care about deeply. And we want to evaluate some of the decisions that we have to make based on climate sustainability. I have other things, but I think I'm going to wait until the very end for those.
All right, Deputy Mayor Zorns.
Just really quick, it's not a question. I think issues that when we're talking about fairness and equity, environmental standards and concerns, if we need to state it as a goal, that's awesome. I think that is something that's in the forefront that those are glasses that we put on all the time. But if we're concerned that we might lose track of it, then make it a goal for looking for those easy wins that just require us to just stop and put those glasses on and say, are we looking at with a critical eye there? All I want to say is that this is budget. This is discussion of budget here, and incredibly sensible. We're talking about financial stability. I don't want to go through all the items again and just be preaching to the choir here, but I think what stood out most to me was I will confess I had this moment of, oh well, that's not very fun, but it's an incredible need. Talking about focusing in on setting aside funds that cover us for 3 months. That's critical. 3 months. I mean, that's critical. And then for the soil cleanup, when you mentioned that, I was like, oh, because what my thinking was, okay, so now we're gonna have to go through this whole process again of finding out where we can get the funding to clean up that soil. This is our business. This is our mess, and so it makes total sense that we have the money available. We've set it aside, dedicated to that. So thank you for thinking of that. And the lease payment, again, not fun, but very sensible. So I just wanted to say thank you for the items that you put together on financial stability.
Thank you.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a question as far as kind of goals and priorities. I want to kind of understand if something's not on the list, does that mean that we don't have an opportunity to still work on it?
No, absolutely not. It's the goals and priorities are really, it's one, to tell the community what you're working on and what your priorities are, and it's how you allocate your resources. So it's very important to me that I understand, and from the workshop, council provided feedback and we went through the lists. And another, we talked about it during the workshop, and then on July 7th, the council talked about it again, and a list was distributed to the council about things that were important. And I try to utilize both of those discussions to identify what I thought were the council priorities and allocate the resources to those priorities. And that's really the point. If we do a lot of things that are not part of your goals, it's sort of the above and beyond. The challenge really is to have additional goals or additional initiatives to really understand the resources necessary to be able to make strides towards achieving those goals or the strategic objectives associated with them.
And so as new things come up, then we need to look at it holistically on the financial impacts on the overall budget. So
That's correct.
Okay, so I took a ton of notes as you were going through, and it's going to be a lengthy process. And it's a meaty process, and it's one that's going to take all of us working and talking and doing it together. I think that I want to ensure that our community that's listening, that I believe each and one of the council members on this council takes the environment very seriously. I've heard each and every one of you speak about the environment in a very positive way, and some of the things that you do, both professionally and personally. I know you care deeply about the environment. I guess I would say that if it's not something that's on a list to say the word environment specifically, I would want to make sure the community knows that we do care about the environment. The same thing would apply for businesses. Even though we don't have something specifically that says business, I know that each and every one of us care about businesses. And to count our Deputy Mayor Zorn's point, the equity diversity piece as well. So we may not always say exactly those key words at key moments, but I know that it's near and dear to each and every one of the council members on here. So I look forward to engaging and having these budget conversations and setting our priorities. Balancing budgets is not a fun thing. I do that every day for what I do for a living. And there's always those pieces that you really, truly want that you can't get. But at the end of the day, the best thing you can do is balance your budget first, and then you find the little nuggets that you can latch onto and have the little tiny successes elsewhere. So I look forward to hearing more from you. Thank you, City Manager.
Councilmember Agnew.
I agree with Councilmember McNeil. I think the budget, our goals look good. I think we all care about the environment. I so more so for my grandkids than for myself, but I think it's something that we're all going to talk about. We're going to do what we can. But I like the goals that you've set up, City Manager. Thank you very much for all that work.
And I agree, City Manager. I think you distilled our conversations that we had. Um, I do agree with Councilmember Dewar that uh, environmental sustainability is, it's a long-term process. It's a large, big wheel that takes a while to start it rolling, and we've made some progress. We have some, items, activities in the works. We have some staff that are working on things, and I think it would be beneficial to keep that going. As other people have said, use um, keep it as be mindful of it when we're considering other things, and if it can fit under our safe and secure priority. We had some other similar items under there. I think it's, maintaining our environment, trying to roll back the clock a little bit as well. But I think it's one of those items that we should have listed, identified as one of our council priorities as we still move here. Uh, and what Council Member Dewar, mentioned that, just because of COVID has really uh, made 2020 a dreadful year, we can, I think, still pursue making our world a better place. And, for Council Member Agnew's grandchildren, hopefully it's still a good, wonderful place that we have, and improve it as much as we can while we're in the driver's seat. So I think back over to you, City Manager, onto the next section.
All right, great. Thank you very much. So the next section, I plan to review each department's budget. My goal in doing this is to provide information to the council and the community. What I like to refer to as sort of what's in and out. So we often talk about the machine. So we know that there's a lot that happens in each of these departments every day that keep Bothell moving, that deliver services, and that are a part of our community. But I tried to highlight some things that we had discussed during the budget workshop, discussed during the goals discussion on July 7th, and feedback that I'd received with regards to some of these items. So to help clarify what's in and out, that's how these next slides are created. So very quickly, this is the organization, just showing the different departments and what each of the departments does. So we're we're a medium-sized city, but we are full service, and we're delivering a lot of services to our community. So first, with legislative and executive, the question that Councilmember Thompson asked, we have an agenda management software system that is included in the budget. We feel that our ability to better engage our community, we cannot do it with the system that we're using. We're basically using YouTube and OneDrive to prepare our agenda systems, and there are much better systems out there. And there's in the system that we're using, there's no opportunity for any community engagement, and there are some enhanced systems out there that would be able to better engage the community in your council meetings. And so we discussed this for the 2019-2020 budget, but we had so many needs that it was put off, but it is included in this budget. This year, as part of a savings, we transitioned the Bothell Bridge from a printed quarterly magazine to electronic. We've received very good feedback on that, and so that's a cost savings that we're continuing into the 21-22 budget. Our economic development program continues. Again, budgeted in the executive department is the human services grants. would normally be the human services grants. Those are not budgeted. That's $750,000 that are not included in this current budget, and will be discussed further when we discuss the Resource Center Community Court. We did have a part-time emergency preparedness coordinator that was transitioned from the fire department over to the executive office and reports to our emergency preparedness manager. So this is not a new position for the executive office. This is a transferred position. It was funded under general fund when it was in the fire department, and our emergency preparedness coordinator manager has been able to find grant funding to fund the vast majority of that position, alleviating the need for the general fund, which is fantastic. We also have a full-time emergency preparedness coordinator, and that position only costs the city $10,000 a year because it's mostly grant funded from AmeriCorps, and that position will continue into 21. We're very excited to have that. So a full-time position for $10,000, best deal going, and a great person. In actually both positions are filled with just terrific women who are doing a great job for our community. A larger customer relationship management software, that's something we talked about to even further enhance our community engagement. That is not included in this budget, but we feel that the agenda management software is a first good step in better engaging our community in the council meetings and the council decision-making process. So internal services, I've lumped them together. Very high overview. Human resources, a very small department. We did reduce the citywide training, trying to save additional expenses. I talked about that. Each department really tried to scrub their budgets and cut where they could. We are planning on purchasing a learning program. It's an online learning program, which could be used for many employees within the city, provide excellent training, and reduce our travel and training expenses. So we're looking forward to having that come into our system in 2021. As part of the layoffs, our finance department lost a half-time position, so they have no administrative support. So that is a challenge for our finance department. And in our legal department, our domestic violence victims advocate position remains at part-time. That was another cut as part of balancing the 2020, as well as assisting with the 21-22 budget. In information services, we're creating an information security officer position that was supported unanimously by the council. That is to protect our infrastructure from any phishing or any attacks or any hacks. A very important position, and we very much appreciate your support in that. That is a reorganization and will not, has a very minor cost to it. It is not a new position. It is a reorganization of an existing position. The IS department did lose 1.5 positions. So the other half of the admin coordinator position that was with finance and a GIS specialist, both of those positions were eliminated. So the information services department also doesn't have any administrative support. We're continuing to implement and upgrade our existing software. So other than the agenda management software, we're not proposing any new software programs for 21-22. We want to be very mindful that we don't want to get behind like we did before when we had to make an over $1 million investment to get up to modern times. So we're going to work on what we have today and continue to expand and invest in those, and then work on a strategic plan so we know what we need to do so we don't get so far behind, and look out 5 years so we can better plan for upgrades and for new technologies as we see them in the future. For the Public Works Department, and I just want to point out, Public Works, we usually go in alphabetical order, and Public Works usually goes last. And so I promised Director Lenhart that Public Works would get to go early. And so we're not going in alphabetical order. And so you get to see Public Works first while you're still fresh, and all this information is new and exciting. So exciting for Public Works, and what a great department they are. They also had an elimination of a position. We eliminated a transportation engineering technician. This is a very important position. It's another loss for our service delivery to our community. This position was one of the positions that, or was the position that coordinated some of the traffic speed signs within the city, and the community often asks for those, and did a variety of other things. And so these were very, very difficult positions. Again, as I said early on, all 14 individuals are quality individuals, and we're delivering services to our community. And these decisions were not easy to make. But as you can see, we still have a structural deficit. And so the elimination of these positions was critical for us to bring you a reasonably balanced budget. We also did not fill a custodial position, so we've had to reduce the level of service and level of service in our building maintenance. And so our talented and high energy custodians are really knocking it out of the park with one less position trying to take care of our buildings for us. We worry about underperforming REIT revenue and a reduction in state funding, although we're hearing the state budget is better than expected, that can impact our street preservation and sidewalks. We constantly get requests for sidewalks. We pass the Safe Streets and Sidewalks levy, but there's not nearly enough money to add and to improve the sidewalks in our community. We're millions and tens of millions of dollars short to be able to do that. And so we really want to watch that REIT revenue. And that's why it's so important, as I mentioned earlier, that we live within our means and be able to pay our lease payments from our ongoing revenues so those REIT monies can be used for the capital projects that it's really intended to support. We've tried to reduce professional services. So we've reduced peer review, doing internal review of our work and trying to be thoughtful about which projects do get peer review. We're continuing to provide leadership and technical support to the bus rapid transit for 522 and 405. Those have been very, very consuming projects. Unexpected work. When we look at priorities and we look at where we put staff time, when we put the 1920 budget together, I had no expectation of the level of staff time that would be put into these two projects. And that work and that kind of technical support will continue in 21-22. With no additional positions, no additional funding, we absorb that work in our existing workload. Regional transportation, we're in 2 counties. We are very aggressive in pursuing grant opportunities, and we will continue to do that. That is a priority, and we're putting resources towards that. We do have a bicycle plan that's part of the comp plan that we'll be working on in 21-22. That's part of the work plan. And again, those downtown properties, the cleanup for those. 2 properties are, one is nearly completed, second is almost completed. We sort of refer to them as completed. 3 properties have continued in the cleanup. We're probably looking at 2 to 4 more years of cleanup and significant expenses. Millions of dollars will still need to be spent to clean up these properties. So those are the things that we're working on. And again, that's why the sale of the properties, I appreciate Deputy Mayor Zorn's bringing up. We have to have the money to be able to do the cleanups. We're obligated to do that, not only legally, but environmentally, it's the right thing to do. And monies have to be made available to be able to complete the cleanup. Also utilities, again, as I mentioned, the 3 utilities are now paying their full cost for all the city services that they use. They conducted a staff level analysis. We have to safely and properly operate these systems. And so the utilities are looking at adding some positions. One is a utility locator. We use a service for that, and they did an analysis and were able to identify that there's so much utility locator service, there's so many requests that it actually is less expensive and more efficient to bring that position in-house and not use contractors for that service. We have a fats, oils, and grease. They call that FOG program. We have to make sure we have to comply with that. It's the law. And also fire hydrant inspections. That's very, very important. So those are some things that we're looking at and are included in this position to make sure that we're properly operating our systems. The sewer extension program, that's something that we're looking at. That we're working on for 21-22. We have homeowners in our community that are still on septic, and we're looking to develop a program for 21-22 that encourages those individuals to tap into the city sewer system when their septic systems fail. What kind of a program and what kind of financial support or loan system could we develop that would allow those individuals or enable those individuals to get off their septic system rather than fixing their septic system or putting in a new one, get them into the city sewer system, which is really where we want them. End payment of the stormwater, so from the streets and from WashDOT. So we're seeing a change in law and monies that go into the stormwater system. We'll talk about that when we come to you on October 20th with our utility fees. We'll have a detailed discussion, but those changes are included in this 21-22 budget. And water and sewer consumption is down, and those go hand in hand. So the less water that our customers use, obviously the less sewer usage there is. and that is a reduction in revenue for us. And so those are things that we're watching also as we go into 21, 22. As I go through these, I want you to know that the department heads are with us. Their cameras are off, but if you do have questions, please let the mayor know, and I'll have a department head jump on and provide any additional detail. If I'm not able to answer your question, I'm happy to have department head do that. So I don't know if you want me to look up mayor at the end of every department and see if there's any questions, or just let the council wave a hand if they have questions, how you'd like to move through this.
Yeah, I'd say if council can raise their hand or raise their card if they have a question, then we'll pause and address those. So, all right, looks like we have a couple. Councilmember Dewar.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm not sure how best to do this because a lot of my questions are more detailed than what the presentation has provided, but they're derived from the packet. So I guess I'll just go for it and see what happens. So under Public Works Engineering, I noticed 143% increase in deferred comp. And you had spoken earlier about contractually obligated raises, but deferred comp, I'm wondering if that 143% is contractually obligated, or what that amount is from.
It is contractually obligated now. Deferred comp was taken away from employees during the Great Recession, and it was reinstated a few years ago. And so what you're seeing is something that we implemented during 2019-20, but is now being reflected in the 21-22 budget. So it's now properly being budgeted for versus something that was absorbed in the 19-20 budget.
Okay, and then on page 179, maintenance and operations are way down, and I wondered if you could explain why they're down. How are we reaping that savings?
I would look to Director Lenhart for that.
So, council member, you said page 179 of, is that of the council packet? Or?
Yeah.
Stand by.
No worries. I have to find it myself.
So which area was that in? So Public Works General Fund?
Yeah, well, it's under, so it's maintenance and operations. So budgeted for 1920 was 500,775, and then for 2021-22, 328. So it's a significant decrease. I just wondered how we were able to reap that savings, or projecting to reap that savings.
So a big chunk of that is probably that reduction in peer review for our development review engineers. That decrease over the Biennium was, let's see, $140,000. So that's a big chunk of it from the general fund. And then I think that the rest of it is sort of a conglomeration of reduction in training and some of the smaller reductions of professional services and that sort of thing that have all combined together for that amount.
Okay. And then on page 185, let's see, I wrote down, why has sewer utility risen so much? So I'm trying to find where I I think I need to get paper packets from now on because it's so hard to do both on screen.
That's most likely because we transitioned those costs from the general fund. The general fund was subsidizing the utilities, and so that was part of that strategy we talked about in 2019-20, was that the utilities needed to cover their own costs. And so each of the utilities, you're seeing a cost increase to be able, that's being applied now to the utilities, and they're no longer being subsidized by the general fund.
Okay, great. And then Also on what I have also on 187, why is capital up for storm and surface water? So do we have a big project coming up for?
Yeah, so we have quite a few projects, and the next item on tonight's agenda is the capital facilities plan. So Boyd will be walking through the changes to the capital facilities plan, but we have 2 lift stations that need to be replaced. So that's a big chunk on the sewer side. And then just the program that the city manager mentioned for the extension of sewer mains, that's also in the capital facilities plan. So that's a program in there as well. So those are just some of the things. But as I mentioned, the utility manager will be reviewing those with council shortly.
Great, thanks. And then just a process question: is this technically the first budget that we're reviewing in terms of, like, you haven't gone over general government or anything? This is really the first presentation, department presentation. I just want to make sure I didn't miss any.
Well, I'm not trying to understand your question. We did the budget workshop.
No. I meant in terms of tonight. Is this the actual first department we're reviewing? In other words, I didn't miss any other departments prior to this.
All the internal services. So I went over legislative, executive,
Okay.
HR, legal, and finance.
So I do have questions in reference to those. It happened so fast I wasn't sure. So unless I'm mistaken, it would appear that the city council budget is the same or nearly the same as the finance department. And I was really curious about that because I know what my paycheck looks like. And so I just wondered, it looks as though a lot of it is maintenance and operations, and I'm just wondering what falls under maintenance and operations for city council.
I'm hoping the finance director can jump in and help me.
If you give me a minute, let me pull up the detail on that. You might want to move on and I'll come back to me.
Okay. Well, all of my questions are probably directed toward you, but that's okay. I can look and see. For some reason, I'm really having trouble scrolling through this budget. It won't go to direct pages. I can only scroll. I can't put in numbers. So, hold on. So, it looks like also the legal personnel budget and the M&O is a lot higher. And I wondered, it appeared that we lost our second in command of the legal department, and it looks like we're still replacing that person. So I wondered why the M&O would be so much higher this year, as well as the personnel cost.
The M&O is for the defense attorney. We've adjusted. We found that we under budgeted. We continue to use the services, and that's a required expense. We have to cover that, and so we added for that.
So that's M&O, not personnel?
That's correct. Because it's a contract. Our defense attorney is a contract, not an employee.
Okay. And then, sorry?
It's the public defender contract.
Got it. And then
attorney, public defender. Thank you.
And then I assume the deferred comp, the 20 to 40% increase is also in the city, in the city clerk budget is also contractually obligated.
That's correct, and that's being properly budgeted, and so the increase looks more significant because it's now being properly budgeted in the 21-22 budget.
So it wasn't properly budgeted in the last budget?
Properly is probably not the right word. It wasn't included because it was provided as, it was increased in 2018 and wasn't budgeted in the 19-20. It was absorbed in the 19-20 budget.
So on page 155, when I look at personnel, I'm getting feedback. When I look at personnel for general government departments, it looks as though it's gone up over $600,000. And I just wondered that it looks like that would be like 2 or 3 new positions. So I'm just curious what those new positions are under general government departments that would amount to that much money.
I don't.
I mean, it's over $500,000, so that I'm just curious because I just don't know what all is included in this budget.
Jennifer, I can take a look at that. Councilmember Dewar, so in response to your last question about the legislative budget, the lobbyist is in the legislative budget, and that's causing a big increase. It wasn't budgeted in the last biennium.
But still, what else is in maintenance and operations for city council? I guess is I saw that number, but that's only $130,000. It looks like the maintenance and operation or the total budget is like 700,000, which is significant. And I know what we make per month; it's not significant. So I'm just curious what's included in maintenance and operations. And we have one office, so that we share. I'm curious what gets allotted toward our expenses.
I know the election's in there as well, but it would be in every biennium. So we'll keep looking as we answer that question.
What do you mean election? I'm curious. You mean like the public safety levy?
No, the election. We have to pay the King County for the elections.
Oh, you mean, okay, paying for the insertions into the voter pamphlet statement? That kind of stuff?
Right, to participate, to get ballots and participate in the election. There's a cost to that.
And Councilmember Dewar, I'd like to add that we're happy to also write down these questions and get back to you too, because it's really difficult. I'm personally having difficulty scrolling through the entire document to find
I know,
the detail on some of those. But we absolutely want to provide the detail to you, but it's just difficult.
That would be great. Do you want me to restate that question, or do you have it written down already?
If you could, I was kind of scrambling trying to find the answer.
It was the three, you believe that through the information, there's 3 new positions in general government?
I'm just curious if that's what it is. It's a $600,000 budget increase for personnel. And so I'm curious only because I assume under that category would be assistant city manager, which should be, I think, partially paid for now by MPRSA. And so I don't think anybody got that significant raise or will be getting that significant raise, but it's substantial. So I just wanted to know what that $600,000, actually almost $650,000 increase is from under personnel.
And just as a point of clarification, for the money that we get from reimbursed from NPRSA, those expenses are still going to show in a department.
Oh, okay.
We'll have a line item of revenue that would offset some of those expenses. So that likely explains part of it. But I wrote it down. We'll definitely get back to you on that.
Yeah, that'd be great. Like I said, it's significant, and even if it's reimbursed, it's still a jump in the cost of personnel. And then I had the question about. I guess that's the only one that remained unanswered. And I think that's it for all the departments we've covered so far. Thank you.
It could also be the economic development manager, because that was a limited term position. So that may be it as well, but any of the questions that we're not able to answer this evening, we'll compile into an email and we'll send out to all council members.
Great, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Zorns, did I see yours?
You did, but Councilmember Dewar asked one of my questions. I'm gonna save one question for the capital facilities, and the other one I'm just gonna fire off an email. So I'm good. Thank you.
All right, City Manager, I'm not seeing any more.
All right, then I'm going to move to the Community Development Department. So what we're looking for in the Community Development Department, some highlights is we're looking to transition to a new software system, and we anticipate savings from that transition in 2022. So those are incorporated into the budget. The department budget does include the senior long-range planner. We were given direction during the workshop and the discussion with the council that was of high interest. And so that position is funded for both years. It's a full-time position. They did lose 2 positions as part of the layoffs. They lost a customer service position down here at the front desk, as well as a senior inspector position. To highlight, there are no consultant funds included for any additional projects such as the downtown planned action, a downtown sub-area plan, opening, reopening, or review, a tree canopy, any of those things. There are no consultant services provided in the budget. It'll be important as you discuss the 21 docket. It'll be presented to you in early 21 for you to review with the planner, then hopefully the position either filled or being filled, to look at the capacity of what the community development staff have. And then if you're interested in additional projects, that would be another time to have a discussion about potential projects that could be funded with one-time monies. Again, that would be the general fund reserve. But we could look at those things at those times. So just highlighting that no additional major projects are currently included in this budget. Another item just to think about, sort of always looking ahead, we have a comp plan update coming. That is going to result in a significant amount of staff time. Most heavily will be 23 and 24. It's due in June, July of, I think, June of 24. Some work has already started, like the buildable lands. Some work will really get started in the second half of 2022. So all of 2023 will be heavy on comp plan update, and early part of 2024, again, impacting our ability to do additional work outside of really the update to the comp plan, which is a major task. All of us will be going through it. It's not just Bothell. This is a major challenge for all the cities in the state of Washington. So that's for community development, and happy to answer any questions. Director Katterman is with us if you have any questions for community development.
Councilmember Dewar.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one question. And you can write it down and get back to me later, but it looks like personnel in M&O is down quite a bit, and I'm curious if we're replacing Bruce White. Is it, I assume we let go, it's because we let go of another person?
Right, so again, 2 positions were laid off, a customer service position and a senior inspector. So the personnel salaries will be down for the loss of those 2 positions. And the long-range planner, which is Bruce Blackburn's position, is being filled and funded in 21-22.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, not seeing any others.
Okay, I'm gonna move on. We have Parks and Rec. So this department has,
Councilmember McAuliffe, did you have?
Late, so I jumped in late. Sorry about that. I just want to know, on your 2 positions that are laid off, customer service, how will that impact our community if they come in to get different permits, or how will that impact them?
So the customer service desk is mostly funded by the utilities department. Many of the services that are provided at that front desk are utility related, so water payments. But they also are the first point of contact for individuals that come to City Hall, and the phone calls that come through. Individuals use the city as a resource for a wide variety of needing information and assistance. So what that does is it reduces it from 2 positions to 1, and coverage has to be more creative. So we have a full-time person working that desk, and so breaks and lunch are then covered by someone from the community development department. It doesn't impact permits because those positions were not reduced. It's just that first point of contact, but it has an impact.
It definitely should, I would imagine, because that's a very important and critical piece to what our businesses need. So hopefully we won't see the lack of service for them. I hope.
It's more the residents. Again, the businesses generally come to meet with community development, and it's more the residents and just the community in general. We get calls, not necessarily just from our community, right? Many people think they live in Bothell and they live in the county unincorporated, Sometimes we're the only city that answers the phone, and so they just start dialing for dollars, and we're the one that's there with a human being answering the phone. And it's amazing what the ladies do at that front desk, and the volume of questions that they get, and the breadth and depth of questions. These were all really difficult decisions, and but the desk is covered when City Hall is open. It's covered by a person, Monday through Friday, and it's covered still 8 to 5. Some of it is from home, answering the phone, and some of it is here, doing some of the work that needs to be done in person. So there is coverage still. Okay. All right, so moving on to Parks and Rec, as I was saying, this department was hit particularly hard. That's not unusual in times of financial crises. Parks and Rec has more discretionary services than some of the other departments where we're legally required. Like I just talked about, updating the comp plan is a legal requirement. We have to do that. There's certain things we have to take care of. There's services we have to deliver. Unfortunately, Parks and Rec is one of the departments that there is some discretion. So for the budget reductions, they were hit quite hard. They lost a total of 5 positions. We also eliminated and paused the recreation programs. Obviously, we're not able to deliver recreation programs, things like adult softball, and we reduced maintenance where we could to be able to accommodate the fact that we did lose some positions. We also eliminated the Parks Planning and Grants Manager position. We don't have the ability to, one, have any local match. We don't have the ability to purchase more properties. We don't have the ability to build anything new nor maintain anything new. And so we need to maintain what we have, and even that we're struggling to do. We've talked to the council about some of the challenges that we have. There is no funding in this budget to do the bridge analysis to the condition of the 4 bridges that are part of the former Wayne Golf Course that we purchased. That is an important analysis, and we're not able to afford that right now. There is no money to demo a multitude of buildings that need to be demoed. We've talked about that there's about $400,000 of immediate needs that the Parks Department has, and there is no funding in this budget to be able to do that. There's no safety and maintenance projects as identified in the PROS plan that was adopted by council earlier this year. There's no money in the budget to be able to start to address some of those projects. There is no full funding for the asset replacements. We did include the $600,000 towards the ball field replacements, but nothing else has asset replacements. So the play equipment and other things like that, there is no money to replace those if they were to fail. We also have a failing software system, and quite frankly, it's failed from the day that it was implemented. It was purchased by a former director. It did not deliver on the things that it was promised. We were promised to deliver, and it has been a struggle since we purchased it. It's a $45,000 replacement, and the Parks and Rec Department have tried to do the best they can with an incredibly difficult system. It really needs to be replaced, but we did not put money in this budget to replace that. There are some great opportunities. Always like to talk about the positive as well. So there is an opportunity to offer a more robust centralized volunteer program. That was a position that the council added in the 2019-2020 budget. So we hope to be able to really garner all that energy that's out in our community and really get those volunteers to come in and identify projects where they can contribute to our community. We made another reorganization decision. We transitioned the tourism and arts and culture program from the executive office to the Parks and Rec Department. We felt that there were really strong synergies with those programs. And so that's been transitioned over, and it's exciting to see what Parks and Rec will do with that program. We did add, as I mentioned, some funding for the synthetic infill to continue to extend the life of those ball fields. That's that great work that our Parks crews are doing to keep those ball fields up to a safety standard, so we continue to pass the stress test, and money is in there to continue to do that. There's funding for some limited pop-up and some community programming so that we can try to engage our community and do what we can under the COVID restrictions that we have. And we did contract out our cemetery operations in an effort to reduce our operating costs to do that, to save some money. And I know that Director Stroop is on the line with us, and if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer those.
Councilmember McAuliffe.
I was going to ask you about consolidation, and there it is. So thank you, because that's one of the things we really have to do when we're budgeting. So I am sure that Tourism, Arts, and Culture and the Park and Rec Committee will do a wonderful job. So thank you for doing that.
All right, seeing none.
On to the fire department. Priorities that are included in the 21-22 budget is to complete the design and begin construction on 2 fire stations. So as a reminder, when we passed the levy and the bonds, when the voters passed those, one of our commitments was we did not add administrative positions to support the work to implement the levy and to build these 2 fire stations. So all of this work has been incorporated with the existing staff. And this has been a heavy lift and a huge workload for us to take on. But it continues to be a priority. We've got a great team working on this, and so that will continue to be work that we do in 21-22. All 6 levy firefighter positions are filled, and we have the aid car on order, so that will be coming in sometime in 2021. We do have 3 vacant firefighter positions, and those will be filled in 21-22. We need to have a place for them to be able to sleep and live, and that will be part of the construction of Station 45, and we can put that aid car into service and have those additional positions filled and ready to go. So a very exciting time ahead for the fire department. We have the mobile integrated healthcare through Shoreline Fire. The fire chief made a presentation on that. I'm excited to share that expanded from 1 social worker to 2. And so fire has sort of that same navigator type of system and services available to them. So when they go out on calls and they come across members of our community that don't need emergency services but need supportive services, the fire department is also using social workers to assist our community to navigate them to the services that they need. You directed us to analyze shared services, and we've been working on that. And we hope to make some more progress over the next couple of months and be able to come back to you with a touch base of where we are and some opportunities with regards to shared services. And one of the things that we did to help save in our budget, to be able to balance our budget, is we postponed a scheduled replacement of our ladder apparatus, which was scheduled to be replaced in 2021. We've moved that out to 2023, which is a $1.5 million savings for the 21-22 budget. And Chief Kroon is with us, and we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have about fire.
Councilmember Agnew.
The mobile integrated healthcare put on by Shoreline, that's funded out of the Medic One levy, isn't it, Chief?
Correct.
Okay, so we'll have that for at least the next 5 years at our disposal.
Right. King County is very supportive of that program, and they actually expanded it as we see here. And so Shoreline is our medic provider, and we use that across the north end of the lake. So it's very successful.
And then the replacement of the truck, do you think 1.5 is going to be enough?
Well, that's what we have right now. Clearly, if we purchase it toward the end of the budget cycle, it's going to be more. I don't know what that's going to be. I think they say 5% a year going up, but that's what we budgeted for in 21 going into it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a question about overtime. It looks like we've budgeted a 64% increase in overtime for almost $1 million in the Biennium. Mm-hmm. And if we're hiring 3 extra people that we don't have right now, why is overtime going up so much?
That's good. Great question. So in the budget, overtime is essentially one line item. The fire department breaks overtime down into several categories. We have training overtimes. We put folks in training. We have a specific budget line for that. And we have operations overtime, which keeps the firefighters in the seat. So we have 12 on duty every day. And that's when someone is gone, we have to fill a position. That's operations overtime. And then there's a small pool for administration and pub ed. Essentially what happened was in the last budget, we gets convoluted. I don't want to get too far in the weeds, but we had some overhires that we hired. We hired a couple extra firefighters. And to balance the budget, we took those positions out of the overtime budget. So the overtime budget essentially went from in 2017, 2018, it was $1,052,000, and it dropped by it went down to 616,000 for the 2019-2020 budget. So we essentially cut out $473,000 out of the Biennium budget to cover for those overtime positions, cover for those firefighter positions. So this year we came into the budget essentially with about $126,000 in overtime, which realistically is not covering our overtime. We're trying to make that work. So what that increase shows is we're trying to reestablish what the overtime was 2 budgets ago. And I know it's a big number. It looks big, but we're trying to figure out a way to get that in there, and that would realistically cover the overtime that we see on an annual basis through short-term disabilities, long-term disabilities, and the like.
Got it. What happened to those? Oh,
sorry. And the 3 positions are new service, so it's not. I'm sorry. The 6 positions are the new service. The vacant positions will be filled, but that just gets us. So the way that the chief has with the 4 platoons, he has minimum staffing that we need to achieve. So filling those positions will certainly help, but it's just challenging. We have to have a certain number of firefighters on duty at all time, and the chief works very hard to manage that overtime. There's also brush fire. No, what's it called?
Wildland.
Wildland fires, and so we get reimbursed for that. So there's a variety of things, but we recognize that overtime is one of our cost centers, and we continue to monitor it. But there are times when it's just mandatory, and we don't have a choice.
okay. What happened to the 2 overhire positions? Like, did they go away, or did that just end up in the salaries?
They're still with us. It
didn't work out quite the way. So when I first got here, there was an interim chief, and they thought that if they could get these overhire positions, we would pay for them through this overtime. So what the chief just talked about, right, this 400 whatever it was transitioned out of overtime to pay for 3 new firefighter positions. And then somehow, through the development of the would have been the 1920 budget, in the position budgeting, which occurred in early 2018, as we started to prepare the budget, somehow those positions got incorporated in and no longer were overhires. They became part of the position count, and that's just one of those things that happens. And so it now is part of the permanent number of firefighters. But it also allowed us to go to the 4 platoons. If we hadn't had those 2 additional positions, moving to 4 platoons would have been really difficult, because again, you need that minimum staffing. So it's just one of those things that happens in the budgeting process.
And if I remember right, going to 4 platoons is one of the things that helps us control overtime costs, correct?
Yes, it's worked out pretty well. Covered that with debit days. Just one thing on the department. So you probably know this, but the fire department is unique in that we have a minimum staffing on duty, and so it's 12, right, to keep all the rigs running. So when someone's gone, unlike most departments, if you have someone sick, they just got to come back and make up their work. We have to have someone in that seat that day. So, and it's a 24-hour shift. So instead of paying someone 8 hours overtime, you're paying them 24 hours of overtime for 1 day of work. So it really adds up in a hurry. So I know our overtime budget's large, but that's the reason why, in a large respect, is because we just have to have those folks there every day. So it can get expensive. We realize that.
Okay, thank you.
Hmm.
Councilmember Dewar.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief. This is more of a process question than a budget question. The shared services, what's the timeline for us discussing and analyzing the shared services potential?
I don't have a timeline for specific things to council. I'd like to get it to you as soon as absolutely possible. We are working on several different things all at once, kind of a deal. And I don't think it's a big secret, but one of the first things we're trying to get a handle on is the local 2099. And we need to make sure that they are on board and willing to help with this thing. If they're not, it's just not going to go anywhere. So we're trying to get that established, and that's coming up pretty quick. Once that's done, there's all kinds of things that we will be bringing forward. Talk with the city manager, and we'll come up with a plan. But we hope to. Oh gosh, I hate to give you a date, but as soon as we possibly can, we're going to get something to you. I know it's dragging out a little further than I wanted to, frankly, but we will as soon as we can, we'll get something in front of you.
So there's nothing about or in the budget that has to do with shared services at this point.
No, ma'am, not right now. Mm-mm.
Okay, super. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
All right, not seeing any others.
All right, moving on to police department. So we had some reductions in the police department as well. We cut some positions from our dispatch communications center, and this was done to ensure that we were competitive in providing dispatch and communications. And so a couple positions were lost there as well. What is in this budget is red light cameras and school zone cameras. And in basically means that it's part of our work plan. So generally these are expense and revenue neutral. It's the workload that is being considered and taken into consideration. But we do have that included. We also included a license plate reader for a variety of services and enforcement. We had talked about impounded vehicles, and we had shared with you that this is a continuing concern, and we had put up a fairly hefty price tag, more just to continue the discussion of, the courts have said that we have to impound these vehicles, we have to keep them, and we're basically at capacity. And so we have some creative solutions. We're not asking for significant additional monies in 21, 22. But this remains on the horizon, and we will need to look for larger solutions down the road. But for 21, 22, we're coming up with creative solutions on how to store our impounded vehicles. One of the things that was on the list was a drone. Actually, both police and fire asked for drones, and we actually had a drone donated to the police department. So we're very excited about that and incredibly grateful that someone would do that for us. And the police department has said they were willing to share. So they're going to share with their cousins over in the fire department, as well as other city departments. So we do have a drone now. So that's a positive and a good thing. We have some vacant police officer positions. Those are programmed to be filled in 21 and 22. And what is not funded and was discussed by the council, but there was not a consensus to do so, body cameras are not funded in this budget. And I am here, and the chief of police is here as well if you have questions for us with regards to the police budget.
Councilmember Dewar.
Thank you, Mayor. So there was some discussion this summer about possibly changing some police positions to social workers, or expanding the navigator program. Is that included in this budget, or is that a separate process?
That'll be coming up in the next slide when the court and the judge talk about the community court. So those positions would be identified as positions for the Resource Center Community Court. So yes, it is.
Great, thanks.
Councilmember Agnew.
I noticed we made some cuts in dispatch. Have we looked at the whole dispatch center, and is it feasible for us to continue, and what are our options?
I'll let the chief go into more detail, but we did begin to look at that, and then COVID hit. But the chief was able to do an assessment of the full breadth of services that are provided by dispatch that would not be provided by Norcom. And so that was one of the reasons that he did do some reductions in dispatch to make it more competitive with another provider like Norcom. But we would have, if we were to contract with Norcom, it's not a straight analysis because dispatch does so much more than just dispatch. And so what the chief found was that by doing the cuts that he did and finding the savings, that really the ability to keep our own dispatch really does benefit the community and provide a high level of service not only to the community but the officers and the court as well. So Chief, if I left anything out or you'd like to add, please feel free to jump in.
No, I think you did a really good job covering that. There are a number of things, and just real quickly, I mean, one that just jumps right out is they also monitor security of our structure, our building and facility with the camera system. That would require to have to be contract out as well. Is also the emergency buttons that we have at City Hall and the court are also monitored by dispatch. And those things are immediately dispatched because we have the center here. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. We have a number of other things, warrant entries and whatnot, that also they do that they share with our records unit. So it's not as simple as just, flipping a switch and contracting out. There's a number of services we'd have to really do a deep dive into and figure out what additional contract services we would have to pay for. So what we chose to do is we decided to make some cuts. I chose to make some cuts in dispatch to make it more competitive, especially during this COVID time, and to help offset the deficit.
Thank you.
Councilmember McAuliffe.
Yes, could you speak to the drone? What do you see advantages in having the drone for both the fire department and our city departments?
Sure, that's a great question. Drones are unmanned aerial systems, as we like to call them, have really kind of come into their own over the past few years. Most of our neighboring agencies have them in place, and we normally call on them to assist us with drones. Common things that UAS or drones are used for. Right off the bat, I can think of, we had a child that was missing, and we believed that was in a swamp area up north. And we had to call out volunteers and also a unit from a fire department. And so we had 4 drones up over a period of about 45 minutes searching this large acre wooded area that would have taken us countless hours. We had wrapped up in about an hour, hour and a half. Other things, canine tracks. It's common now for canine tracks to put up a UAS over the track as overhead protection. So most of these UAS systems have what's called a FLIR infrared system on it, so we can see people in brush or in areas that we couldn't normally see. Other things, if we have a house that we're doing a search warrant on and it's a high risk and we have a SWAT team, for example, we would put a UAS on station above the house, monitoring any movement in and around the house while the team is planning entry. So, I mean, that's just a few of the things right off the top. Another thing, I think we all remember the pedestrians that were hit on Main Street, that the individual we ended up taking into custody. We ended up using WSP, their system, and we were able to do accident reconstruction of this scene without shutting down the road. We would have had the road shut down for hours doing this the old-fashioned way. But by using the software and the UAS system, we're able to actually stitch together with photographs a complete scene with measurements without shutting the road and keeping traffic moving.
Deputy Mayor Zorns.
Well, I'd love to see a canine tracking dog on this budget, but back burner. Quick question. It's been years since our neighborhood was recommended when we had an issue going on. So I don't even know if the police department uses it anymore. But a non-emergency police number, where people could call in with concerns, but they didn't need an officer there right that second. Do we still have an unmanned, I'm sorry, non-emergency number that's manned?
We do.
Okay, and is that 24/7?
24/7, and it's our dispatch center. Yes.
It is the dispatch center. Okay, perfect. That's what I need to know. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, first off, thank you for your service to our community, keeping us all safe. And the work that you do is just amazing. The department is amazing. I just want to thank you on behalf of my family. I appreciate everything that you do for our community. I wanted to ask you about the red light school cameras and the direct impacts in and around our schools within our community, and what this will actually do to benefit our community. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Certainly. This is something that we have looked at off and on for the past few years. And one of the challenges that we're faced with during a normal school year, for example, is trying to get our motor officers and police officers around to the different campuses. Our call load complexity it has gone up over the years. So the availability that we used to have officers at all these different campuses around town, before and after school, just isn't there. And in talking to some of the neighboring cities who have these school zone cameras in place, they've found a sharp decrease in people speeding through those school zones. And for us, if I can't have people at the school, it really makes sense. And it would be, probably the schools that have the road that's the most open, no stop signs, that stop and go traffic, because we do have schools they get pretty congested. Those typically aren't the schools we're looking at. We're looking at schools that have open roads with really no barriers, no stop sign, yield signs, things like that, with the gridlock. It really kind of boils down to, for me, just slowing people down through the school zones. And every year we see situations where, kids are hit or nearly hit in our neighboring communities. We've been very fortunate, I think, here locally. But the data is that people do slow down. It's very similar to like when we have those radar signs that show your speed, that have the flashing strobe or blue lights. They've determined that those slow people down as well.
Yeah, I can speak to that on wanting to weigh here. It does slow them down. So thank you for that. Just having a great understanding of how that actually can help benefit our community around our schools and keeping our kids safe. Even though our kids aren't in school right now, they will be hopefully back to school soon. And even if they're not in school, with kids being virtual, they do go out and they still play. And so ensuring that we have safety around our schools and in our neighborhoods is important. The other thing I wanted to just touch on, the drone. You had mentioned a positive experience with the drone and how it was helpful in recovering or locating. I think it's important to also identify that some people in our community are concerned about privacy. Can you speak to how the department would use that drone? Obviously, for search and rescue, those are to me, those seem like the big impacts that they can have a positive impact on our communities. So can you speak to a little bit more about that?
Sure, absolutely. First and foremost, we're not going to put a drone or UAS system out without first having a comprehensive policy written. And we're currently in the stages of doing that. There's a number of departments here locally who have tested policies, shall I say, and we're trying to find and determine what the best practice is. Now, we're not going to be using drones for surveillance. This is not a surveillance system where we're going to be trying to, for lack of a better explanation, use this to fly over houses to look for people who are committing illegal acts. This is designed for officer safety type situations, active situations that we're dealing with, crime scene photos, so again, after the fact. And that's all going to be part of the policy. One of the things we're currently working on, some agencies, they record everything when a drone goes up. Others, it's you record only for a call for service, and they don't record what's called training missions, flight time that you need to have to be a drone pilot or a UAS pilot. So that's kind of where we're at. We're real cognizant of the fact that people are nervous about that. Not everybody, but certainly privacy is a huge thing, and we want to make sure that our community understands that we're not going to be using this as a surveillance device. So, and that'll be drummed out in our policy.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. It's good for the community to hear that from you. And lastly, while I don't see it on this list here, I know that the city of Bothell spends a great deal of time on training. And I know your department is working very diligently on training, and I know you take it very seriously. Can you speak a little bit about, because it's not to be on our slideshow or presentation right here. I know the amazing work that you guys do with training. I think it's worth at least noting what you're doing in that manner.
Certainly. There's a number of training initiatives that are currently in play. I think I talked about it at our last preliminary budget meeting where we were talking about I-940 and House Bill 1064 with some of the trainings that are going to be required and are required of our new hires right now. We spend a fair amount of time with CIT, de-escalation. The challenge is, just to be fair, there is just never enough time for training for law enforcement. I'll just be honest with that. Defensive tactics, most departments spend about an hour and a half a year on defensive tactics. That's woefully below what we should be doing. I think a lot of people think that police officers spend a lot of time shooting. We don't. We qual twice a year, once with rifle, once with handgun. Most of our training budget is based on things that we're required to do from a state level and for accreditation purposes. Now, those are best practices, and that's not a bad thing. But to be honest, training in law enforcement is woefully underfunded. And, that's something that I'm currently working with my team on, trying to figure out exactly how can we make a more robust training program. I think the training that we're going to have with House Bill 1064 is a good thing. That's going to provide a lot of training that, quite frankly, has never been part of the law enforcement training curriculum. Understand race in our country and the history of law enforcement and how that intersects with race, and understanding law enforcement history. Law enforcement history hasn't always been great in this country. And understanding that what we call history is still present in a lot of people's recent memory, and trying to do our best to make sure we educate our officers who, quite frankly, they're very young. They don't remember the civil rights movement. They don't understand the process that we've gone through in law enforcement, or in this country for that matter. But also, I guess what the training component is comes back to ensuring that we're putting our background investigators through proper training to ensure that we continue to hire the best people out there, that we're doing a deep dive into their background, so we avoid the problems that other police departments have had in this country.
I thank you for that, and that that to me means a lot as a citizen of Bothell, that it's at the front and center for you, for the department, that you take training seriously. If training is very underfunded, from what I hear, not only regionally, but what I'm hearing from you. And as we pass our budgets and the things that we think about, if we want to make a difference, a positive difference in public safety within our communities, we need to ensure that we're funding the programs that are going to give us the best opportunities to be fair and equitable, and ensure that the officers on the street understand the protect and serve, and that the community understands what we're doing to be proactive about that. And so, again, it's just the beginning. We're having the conversations now. Please continue to tell us what you need in that arena of training. because I think it is important that that voice is heard about training so that we can have the best department in our community understand what we are trying to achieve. So thank you, Chief.
Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, I had a question about, when you mentioned policy around the drone use, is there going to be an opportunity for community input on that? I'm especially thinking about Black and Brown communities where, as you mentioned, they have not historically had a good relationship with police, and they might be more concerned about surveillance than somebody who looks like me. I know you've been involved with members of our community and have those conversations, and I really appreciate that a lot. But is there going to be opportunity for those community members to give input into that drone policy?
Yeah, that I think that's part of the best practice programs that I've seen from our neighboring cities, because the bottom line is we work for the community, and it's important that the community trusts the programs and the initiatives that we're putting forth, and a UAS system is part of that. I can't see why we wouldn't. That would be, it's a best practice.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, City Manager. Looks like we're ready for the next item.
All right. So I'm going to basically introduce the municipal court, but I was wondering if the council would like to take a break. I think that there'll be a nice, robust discussion about the municipal court and community court and the resource center. So I didn't know if you wanted to take a break now. We're going to switch presentations, so the court has a separate presentation, or whether you'd like to go through the court's presentation and discussion, and then break for the discussion about policy direction from the council. So after this, I only have one slide myself, so didn't know what you wanted to do.
I'd say let's take a 5-minute break now, and then we can come back, see judge's presentation, and then we'll wrap it up on the presentation there.
Okay, then I'm going to take my presentation down, and during the break, the court administrator can put her presentation up and be ready to go. So
sounds great.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Back in 5 minutes at 9:30.
Thank you.
All right, we're back. City Manager, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you very much. So the city is distributed into three categories. We have the legislative, the executive, and our judicial branch. And so Judge Rosano is with us, and they have prepared a presentation about the court, as well as specifically about the Bothell Community Resource Center and Community Court. And so this is a conceptual discussion about, I think, what I hope is some really exciting opportunities, and I look forward to the judge presenting it. I am here to answer questions. The chief is here, the court administrator, Courtney White is here. So we look forward to your questions, and the city attorney representing the prosecutor's office as well. We're looking forward to this discussion and are here to answer questions. So I turn it over to Judge Rosano. Who needs to unmute herself?
I am really excited, so excited I didn't unmute myself. So thank you, everyone. We'll jump. I know that you're all individually thanked. And let's get moving because it is after 9:30 now, and you all probably want to be done with the evening. And as you may have picked up from the last time I presented, I like to talk. So let's move along. I was so excited when when Ms. Phillips came and told me that you guys wanted to hear more about a community court. I have wanted to do community court. I wanted to integrate it into my practice as a judge from pretty much day one. And so we're going to jump in and talk about what is a community court. And I'm going to tell you, we have a PowerPoint. You can see the PowerPoint. I'm not going to read the PowerPoint to you. What you'll see is, for example, on this slide, you're going to see that there's actually a video. This is a video that was prepared, I believe it was by the Red Hook Community Court in New York, which is the second oldest. The Times Square or Midtown is their first oldest. And it just goes through, we're talking about 25 years of existence. It takes a long time, evidently, for things to work their way over across the country. But the basic concept is exactly what we've been talking about, restorative justice. Looking at a situation where you have homeless people, where you have drug-addicted people, where you have mentally ill, you have individuals who face numerous different challenges. And when you're processing them through, and it's expensive for the city or the county or the state or whomever to house them in jail, then you're not sending them to jail for very long. You have a revolving door. Law enforcement gets very frustrated. And yet when you're looking at the offenses that they're committing, you kind of say, do these people really need to be spending a lot of time in jail? Or is there a better way to approach this? And I'd love to have started here, but this was developed so many years ago that I'm amazed that nobody else came up with it. I'm just disappointed with myself that when I first started as an attorney, I didn't come up with it. But the concept is, if you think about it from the perspective of an individual who comes to court, why is that individual in court? Well, most likely it's not because they have good organizational skills. They probably don't have good negotiating skills. Their ability to track a one concept thought through to the end is probably not super high, because they're coming into court for a reason. They're drug addicted, they have mental health issues, or they're generally just, their life is running out of control and in chaos. And so the way that the traditional court deals with that is we say, okay, we're holding you accountable for what you did, and we'd like you now to go out and get yourself an appointment to get a drug alcohol evaluation or mental health evaluation or whatever type of evaluation, and we want you to make it to that appointment. And we're going to hold you to that, and we may put you back in jail if you don't do that. And the individual says, okay, who do I call? So you see right there. And so I'm going to jump to the punchline on this again because I don't want to waste a whole lot of time. The community court's concept is, instead of telling the person, hey, you need to go figure out what you need to make the appointments, you need to make it to the appointments, and you need to make sure the documentation gets back to the court, we say, we want you to go sit down, have an interview. We're going to help you figure out what your 5 primary goals are, the 5 things that you need to address to make you a functioning member of society. And those might be simple goals. They might be that you need to get your driver's license. They might be that you need to get signed up for Apple Care. They might be that you need housing. It might be that you need help putting your resume together. It might be that you need counseling. And the whole point of it is someone, not a judge, who actually knows what they're doing is going to sit down and go through a questionnaire and figure out what those needs are. And then instead of saying, now go make your appointments, we're going to say, so because we've determined this, you're going to go over to table number 1 and meet with so-and-so who's right here in the same building with us right now, and you're going to get that evaluation, or you're going to get your driver's license. You're going to talk to somebody from DOL. You're going to do any of these number of things that you can do. That's the pie in the sky ideal community court. The idea that you can have an individual come in and you say, hey, defendant, you didn't do what you said you were going to do during this last week or 2 weeks or month or whatever the period of time is you've got them set for coming back. So you need to have accountability. Accountability needs to be right now. It's not accountability sometime in the future, which is what we do right now. It's accountability right now. And the accountability isn't you go to jail necessarily. The accountability might be you get to spend the day in the courtroom and write a paper about it at the end. Or you get to go do community service, and we have 5 different nonprofits have come to the community court because we know there are going to be people that need to do community service. And so I say, go out in the hallway and find someone to do community service. You have 5 people out there to choose from. And they go and they do their community service hours that day. Immediate consequences. It's the idea of bringing the individual to the treatment, to the resources, and getting them to a point where they don't need to be in court anymore. So, and poor Courtney is probably sitting there going, that's not following my slides. She's so very organized, and I love that. Thank God I have her. But let's go to the next slide. Restorative justice is, and this is the mantra of community court. It is not the mantra, but it is amongst the things we say. It's racial justice. There is properly applied, which the whole concept lends itself to, is that we're going to stop with the disparate treatment of individuals, the disparate treatment of individuals doing jail time, the disparate treatment of individuals in this cycle of court. We're going to be helping people step out of that cycle, helping them not become productive members of society, and stopping the whole aspect of criminal justice. And it allows for that in greater detail, and it also allows for that within the community. So, community court concept. So we've talked about pie in the sky ideal. And I think I talked about this when I was talking to you at the time we initially discussed in our budget of what your priorities were going to be for budget. We have, and the next slide will tell you, we have 2 phases for community court. And we've already sort of started, and I say that very hesitantly because COVID has made it very difficult to say we've started. But we're attempting to do within the court system, we have probation reviews. So these are the after conviction, they come back in and they were told, go out and get yourself an alcohol drug evaluation, go do these things. And they were given a probation officer to assist them. And so we're trying to do a situation where we set the probation officer there are 2 probation officers now, so they would take turns doing a court hearing, and they would be reaching out to the providers that are going to be needed for those individuals on that hearing and asking them to attend court, asking them to be in the courtroom. And that way, potentially addressing some of that issues. Now, getting people into the courtroom, obviously during COVID, well, now we're doing Zoom court, so it's actually really easy for you to become part of the courtroom. So we're really trying to think outside the box and see if we can't bring this about. We joined up with King County's UP program, which is their relicensing program for individuals to help them get. Often what is holding people back is they just owe so much in tickets. And so trying to help them to address those. But in our court, I offer people, anybody, I don't care what your financial situation is, or whether you want to talk about it in court, I offer them that they can do community service hours towards their payments on legal, not only on tickets. There's a statute that doesn't allow me to do it on all legal financial obligations, and some they can, but we're doing that. We're trying to do, Courtney's been working really hard trying to figure out if we can work through King County monitoring it and taking kind of the responsibility for it, but having it done in Bothell so that it's a direct impact in Bothell. It's a local, people in the community can see, the individuals who are here can see that their impact on the community. One of the things that I noted in visiting the Spokane community court is they talked about having the individuals doing the work right there in the community meant that they took ownership of it. And if it was something as simple as cleaning the graffiti, if they saw somebody else putting up graffiti, boy, they were on them. And it helped a lot with cleaning up some of those areas in Spokane because you're creating community. A long time ago, it seems like yesterday, but a long time ago, I went down to Mexico to help build houses for a company called Esperanza. And the theory of it was that's in Tijuana, and the theory was that they were trying to get the people that were attempting to migrate to the United States to stop and form community in Tijuana so that they were not subjecting themselves to the horrible things that can happen in that crossing, life-threatening situations, etc. And so it was the whole structure of it was to build community. And I think that that's really important when you're dealing with individuals. And Councilman McNeil asked a question about statistics on how many of the people we see are from Bothell or individuals outside of Bothell coming into the community. And the problem with that statistic is all of the crimes, if they're being committed in Bothell, are the victims of those crimes are always going to be Bothell. They're always going to be individuals or the city of Bothell. And so the individuals who are committing the crimes, if they're coming to Bothell, but they don't have a Bothell address, but are they homeless in Bothell? Are they homeless somewhere else? How are they getting here? Those are statistics that are very difficult to trace, especially when you're dealing with a transient population or a homeless population. Where do they live? What do they call home? What is their address? What is their mailing address? When did they last live at that mailing address? Those are all questions that it makes it very difficult for statistics to be maintained on this population that unfortunately is the majority of what we see. But with that, stage 2 is, and this, it says after budget discussions, is a resource center, community resource center. And I like calling it a community resource center. I don't like calling it the community court. I would love to run the community court out of the community resource center. But what I say to people often in my court is, if you want to come back and see me, that's fine, but you don't have to commit a crime. You can just come through the front door. And I tell them that because I try to create a connection with the individuals that I have appear in my court. And sometimes they like me and they want to come back and see me. And I joke with them if they do it after they've committed a crime by telling them exactly that. But I mean it. They don't have to commit a crime. And I'd like to have that community resource center be a resource center for individuals without them having to commit a crime. I'd like it to be the Bothell Community Resource Center. Individuals who are in a position of financial hardship where they need a bus pass. Individuals who want to find out where they can go to counseling before they commit a crime, before it takes them down that path. Individuals who have been struggling trying to figure out how to get their license reinstated through Department of Licensing because they just found out it was suspended, and they're actually riding a bike now because they're not going to commit that crime, but it's really difficult to do that. I can go through, again, pie in the sky, who are we going to be able to get to come to our resource center as the providers? Well, hopefully, like other community courts, they're going to see that this is an opportunity. And as community courts become more prevalent in Washington, and they are becoming so, I think that providers are realizing that it's in their interest, that this is a situation where they're going to be able to be more successful at what they do, and they're going to have access to the community. So the resource center, we went out and looked at some properties. I had a very heavy day in court, and I was going to meet up with everyone after they'd already gone over to meet with one, and I think that if Paul is still on the call, he can probably give you a better story or rendition of what happened because it was over with before I got there. Yeah, it was evidently one of those situations where it was obviously not a good situation and not going to be a good place for the community court to be. Among other things, it sounded like there was still part of the building being used as a residential, which I just didn't think that would be a good mix. The other building we went to is a beautiful building. And I don't, Jennifer referred to it as the barn. It sort of looks like a barn. It's beautiful, beautiful lighting. It's airy. It's got, side sections where you could set up treatment providers. You could have counselors meeting with individuals. It has a big open area in the center that we could use for community court, but it could also be an area where when community court isn't in play, that there can be pamphlets and other things that can be provided. There's a shower in case somebody needs a shower. There's an area in the back which could be used for staffing, and staffing is a term of art in community court. It means where the judge, the attorneys, and the counselors would meet and discuss the individuals in community court, and where we see that their progress, where they're having progress, where they're faltering, where they need more support, those kinds of things. It's actually a term of art for community court. So you'd have your staffing meeting before court, discuss all the individuals on the calendar, and then be able to come out and address the individuals in court. There appears to be an area where there could be maybe secure area for files, court records. We need, there's a strong responsibility on the part of the court for maintaining confidentiality in court records. So there's possibilities. There's also, unfortunately, some work that would need to be done. Unfortunately, courts are a target, and we need to be concerned about security. One of the things that jumped out at me when I looked at the building was that it's not ADA compliant, so there would need to be some changes to make sure that there's accessibility. And I would say that on the outside, being able to get into the building, my impression was that the restroom there was ADA compliant, but I would have to look at it again to make sure of that. But just, little things like that we would need to address. In one of the offices, there's a door that would lead you in, and once you flip all the switches on the electrical. Probably not what we want to do. Probably want to secure that, but just little changes like that. So, if we go to the next slide, I think. Oh well. I'm going to actually come back to that one. Let's go to the next one after that. So the facility, since I started talking about it, we should probably talk about estimates. Right now they're offering it at, I believe it was $5,000 a month, plus utilities. We're looking at initial setups. We estimated, these are all kind of, until you tell us you really want us to dive in, these are just kind of the generals, but I figured you needed at least a little bit to understand what we're talking about. $10,000 should probably get all the furniture and tables, etc. So I guess talked about almost everything on there. Let's go back and talk about what would be involved here. So one of the things to say, community court only works when everybody wants to do it. And when I say that, I mean when the judge is on board, the prosecutor, the defense attorney, and law enforcement. If they're all on board, if the providers are on board. But mostly it's those key players. And excited to say that I've heard nothing but cooperation all the way down the line. And you will see that in this slide. Organization, everything in green is our positions that we already have in the general fund. The ones in yellow would be basically, and Jennifer, I'm gonna have you jump in and correct me if I misstate here because I'm prone to that on this, but this would be funding that would either come from law enforcement positions that currently exist or from the levy funding for positions that would be switched from being law enforcement positions to those counseling positions. And I know that the chief is on board on this, which makes me extremely happy, because if the police department is on board, when we talk about that immediate consequence situation, we can make that work even better. In Spokane, law enforcement officers in Spokane have the authority to say, you're going to jail today, or you're going to show up in community court on Monday, and give them two different tickets, basically, community court ticket. And they have the guidelines, who it is. The guidelines are set forth by law enforcement. If it's a certain type of crime, it doesn't matter how many times they've committed it. It doesn't matter any of those things. If it's a certain type of crime, they're offered community court first. Sometimes we can almost mandate them into community court so that they're starting that process and trying to get them out of the system. And I think that's fantastic if we can do that, because what that means is you're in front of the court and you're starting the process of treatment in 2 days, not 2 weeks, not a month and a half because you didn't show up at the 2 weeks and so a warrant issued. So it's the concept of it makes it that immediate, swift, sure, and you're working towards that. So last slide that we did, and I'm going to open it up to questions, but last slide we did was the funding options. And part of that is that safe and secure Bothell levy. And how that works is I'm going to completely step out of the way because funding and levies and things like that are not part of my forte in any way, shape, or form. Human Services grant, but there are also grants available to criminal justice. We can apply for the National Center for Innovative Courts. We can apply for the grants that they provide. I will say community courts have become substantially more popular, and so there's a lot of competition. I know that Snohomish County applied for it thinking that they were a shoo-in and they didn't get it, but one of the smaller cities did. So I'm kind of hoping that we can work off of that, maybe come up with a very unique proposal, and find a way to attract the grant to us. National Center for State Courts also offers grants, as well as the State Justice Institute. So there are grants available that we could apply for. But again, that's not guaranteed funding until we actually get it. So we're going to jump to questions, but I'm also going to say that the PowerPoint that Courtney put together is available through Jennifer, including all of the videos that they're short videos, but we decided we would not show them to you tonight because it is getting so late. So you can request to see those through Jennifer. She has them for you. Any questions about this? And I'm sure there's a million. So hey, look at all those yellow cards.
Deputy Mayor Zorns.
I am quiet on the outside. I'm jumping up and down on the inside with anticipation. The mayor and I got to see Olympia at work, and it was inspiring. And so you sneaky little people already looking into this, and I'm like, oh, this is great, but I'm a little bit jealous that I haven't been, that I haven't been there since the very beginning, but not everybody can be. My question to you is, because I know you talk with other professionals in the justice system, and I know our neighboring cities farm out their court business. Has anyone in our neighboring communities said, you're talking about putting this into place? Wouldn't it be nice down the road sometime if we join forces? Have you ever heard that kind of conversation?
I cannot commit anyone else. I have spoken to one other individual, and I'm going to keep it limited just because I think when you do things like community court and when you want to connect with the individual, you are very concerned if you're going to have somebody stand in, like for example, you actually want to take a vacation or something.
Right.
And so that's always on my mind. Who would I want to stand in? And there are a number of judges who have a lot of strengths, but there are some that you think have that same attitude that you have towards the individual, that same respect, that same encouragement that they can offer. And so one of our neighboring judges is someone that I think would be really good at that. And so I would love to see a collaboration. But that might be more on my side than her side at this point. For one thing, nobody really knows that we're going to be doing this until we do it.
Oh, well, that is a good point. And I didn't mean to put you on the spot. We've talked before about, would we ever have a regional court that would allow other cities to join us? And I'm thinking, when somebody commits a crime, they don't know that they're on the border between, say, Bothell and Kenmore.
Right.
And
what I hear all the time is the individuals who are at the Home Depot don't realize they're not in Woodinville. So it is one of those things that it would be interesting, and if we get things up and running and we can show that we're successful at it, I think that I would be more than happy to look into and reach out to my fellow judges and see who would be interested in working together. Would they want to join our facility? Would they want to maybe create a different type of facility there and then swap back and forth or something like that? So there's a number of different ways that we can work on this, but I think that is something, again, the goal is to get it started, be successful. When you're successful, you have obviously a situation where you can say, come join.
That's true. We do need a track record. So I'm going to yield the floor to everyone else, but thank you to you and Courtney and our city manager. It looks like you're being very thoughtful about it. So keep us in the loop. It would be fabulous. Thank you. And I know you will. But
yes, absolutely.
But all I'm saying is you can't tell us too much because this is a very exciting project. So thank you.
I may take this opportunity to tell you guys that the reason that I'm so motivated, I guess. I had another situation where I was contacted by the park I used to work for. My old clerk contacted me to let me know that one of the individuals that we had worked very hard to get clean and sober had paid her final legal financial obligation. She's attending a trade school. I'm trying to keep it fairly innocuous here, and had just received full custody of her two children back. She has been crime-free since 2016. And she began her descent into the chaos of drug addiction when she was 13. So,
so no fair. You can't make us cry here at the end, but that's
that wasn't supposed to be a cry. That was supposed to be a woohoo! Yay!
There was that, but we talk about building community in a really meaningful way and not enabling people, but helping them restore them. And this is it. This is what you're talking about. This is real life. So thank you for sharing that.
Yeah. The funny thing, I was talking with my sister-in-law who lives in New York, and we're talking a little bit about this project, and she said, "Oh, I remember when we went out to breakfast, and there was a group of people there, and they all knew you because they'd been in court with you, and the one gal wanted you to see her baby, and it was the same person." And I was like, "Yay! I get to tell you she's made it." So anyway, on with the questions. I'm sorry, a little aside there. I do like to talk. Remember, I warned you.
Councilmember Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor. Judge, you're speaking to a room of people who like to talk, so it's okay.
We might be here late then.
How would a community resource center, this really seems to me like something that could really amplify like the Radar Navigator program, like really give those people one more resource and one more thing to do that's not putting them in jail. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Exactly. And I think that's when we look at that slide that we had that, and I'm not going to ask Courtney to put it back up, but when you have the opportunity, when we're talking about the staffing that would come through law enforcement, we talk about the police community officer, we show the navigator as part of the already staffed. And I think that individual would have a huge role, would have a very significant role. Everybody has a huge role. A very significant role in when they're reaching out to the community, when they're working with the community, and they're helping them navigate. If they have that resource center right there, again, we go to you're not making people make appointments. You're not making them do this research themselves. You have the resources right there at your fingertips. So,
is the staffing person, the civilian position that would staff the resource center, is this somebody that could be a resource for people to help navigate the system, for lack of a better term, to navigate all the ways they could get help? Like, is that a potential role for that person as well?
I think so, but I don't know that the navigator would be the person to be at the center, but somebody who's at the center, absolutely. They're going to be there with the resources available. We're not going to be having community court every day. So this is somebody who's going to be there available to assist and maybe help coordinate what's going on. If we have individuals who, from the various treatment facilities who want to use the space, rent the space, it's up, that's an issue that has to be kind of thought about. But if they're using that space when court is not there, then you're going to want somebody who's helping to coordinate that as well and being aware of who's there and things like that. So that's
awesome. Well, I am really excited about this. Like, as we start to think about like what public safety is, especially given everything that's going on in the world right now, being able to look at it as more than what we always have, it seems like we've got a really good opportunity to actually help people, which is so cool.
Trust me, it's addictive.
Yeah. And I just also wanted to give a shout out to Chief Suberlik, just for being on board and being supportive, because that's something that I'm sure isn't the case in every police department from the chief. And I just wanted to say thank you to Chief Suberlik, who I'm sure is here. You don't have to get on if you don't want to. Also, just sometime there you are. Thank you. And sometime I want Paul to share the story of the the building that didn't work out. Maybe when we actually get back and sometime over dinner before our meeting sometime.
There you go.
So
We may have to bribe him. All right.
Councilmember
No, there
Dewar.
were more questions. I saw more yellow cards.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know that I have a lot of questions per se, but I just want to say what a great presentation. I'm thrilled at the possibilities and the fact that we have everyone on staff kind of rowing in the same direction on this. I think that that's amazing, and I think that we can make such a big difference in our community. My only caveat is I'm really concerned. I don't know if we know how much money we're talking about from the human services grants, but I'm really worried about unintended consequences of not supporting human services organizations in the pandemic. And so that's just a huge concern for me, because we might be making progress in one area and then creating problems in another if we don't have organizations to support these individuals in all of their various ways that they might need support and help. So I don't want to take away from what an amazing initiative this is. I am really thrilled, and I know the rest of council is as well, because we've talked about it for some time. But I just want to be really cautious about withdrawing support from human services organizations that are so needed right now and will be as a result of the pandemic. So thank you, Judge Rosano.
Welcome. Thank you. Well, I was going to say, I say you're welcome. Really and truly, the credit goes to Courtney. So she organizes me as best she can.
Thank you, Courtney.
Councilmember McAuliffe.
Thank you. And Judge Rosano, I want to tell you how important this is, particularly for me. Restorative justice has always been something I've been passionate about. And when I was in the Senate, they passed a bill 24 years ago. You probably know that bill. It was called the Becca Bill.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I fought it for 24 years because it was a school to prison bill. That's what it actually did. Kids went into court, no representation, didn't understand the whole process, and then ended up on their way to jail. So this is such an important piece. I also want to share with you that I have a son who has a recycling company. They have a bus that goes out to the prisons, brings people into work, and salvages their lives. And I will tell you, some of those people have never even had a home-cooked meal. So they do that. They barbecue for them. They do Christmas for them. They do Thanksgiving. I mean, these people that you're talking about that have such a great need. And I am so thrilled to hear you speak about this, because I think it's so critically important. It will save people's lives.
Absolutely.
Yep. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I will echo the comments that have made and the excitement from everybody. But if it's possible, could you bring the slide back up to show who is behind this? The police chiefs. I think you had a slide that showed all that. So what I'm struck by is the fact that we have complete buy-in by what appears to be our entire community. You know, navigator program, prosecutor, court administrators, the judge, the police department, internal city staff. I mean, this truly speaks to what we're all about here in Bothell. And the fact that we are doing this together, we're communicating on it, we're taking the initiative to be one of the first in the North Shore areas to do this. That's a powerful message for our community. And I, you know, in my one-on-one with the city manager earlier today, I was like, you know, how are we gonna tell the community that we're doing this? And I think the community I think they'll be aware of it very quickly, because you know, to lead the way in this means a lot. And you know, we talk about changing lives and what it means. You know, you spoke about not knowing where people coming from and the issues they have and being homelessness. I mean, it has no barriers, it has no boundaries. You know, we have a very high population of kids that are couch surfing in our area, and we never know what's going to happen to them once they graduate from high school or once they age out of foster care. But ensuring that we're offering programs, this is amazing work that we're starting, and we're doing it together. And Judge, I can't say it enough that being part of this to me is special. It's similar to being part of the senior center and the wonderful work that we're doing at the senior center on behalf of that community within our community. To be able to do this for another part of our community is just amazing. So I want to continue to learn about what it's going to cost to do it, how we can get grants and budgets, and I think other jurisdictions will want to join in. But it is the conversation regionally right now. It is the conversation that we're hearing about restorative justice, fairness, equity. You know, combating the things that take people down a road that they can't get out of. And I'm just thankful that each and every one of us, all the council members, are on board with this. I've heard everybody speaking positively about it, and it just shows our community that we all stand together for these types of things. And so I'm just proud to be sitting here and part of this conversation. So thank you.
I can't tell you how much it means to me that all of you are so supportive, that I feel like the city wants this, that you see the importance of it, and you're willing to look at it and to seriously consider being able to fund it and make it happen, and that is huge. Deputy Mayor, you said that I made you cry. You guys might make me cry with this. It's really important. It is something that has been so dear and near to my heart, and the fact that you're willing to support the court in going forward on this it may render me speechless. So thank you very much.
I'll just say I'll keep it brief, but you know, I think we've already heard that the city council is definitely very supportive of it. We can see from that slide that, you know, a lot of the other just departments and participants are very supportive of it. But I think also we've heard from the community that, you know, they likewise support the police, but they're also looking for additional and different ways of uh, justice and being creative and open-minded and thinking outside of the box, which I think this, you know, fills that desire that people have, because there's that just that struggle and that pull, that dichotomy of, you know, they love the police, they want the police at the same levels, but they just want something different, but they don't want to lose the police. But I think this is really works hand in hand with the police department and can provide that just desire for something new and different. And I think it really has the potential to be great here. So I mean, we have great people working on it, and I think that's the recipe for success is develop those building blocks and just hit a home run with it. So you know, it's exciting times. So I think we have a lot of energy for this. So it'll be exciting to see where it continues to move forward with.
I'm excited, and you're right. We do have Courtney working with us, so we're gonna. I cannot, and I know she's not going to come on because I'm going to make her blush, but I cannot tell you how lucky I am to have her as my administrator. And when I say that she organizes me, it's not an easy task. It's like herding cats, I think, but she does a great job, and she's going to help me make this work. So, and help the whole city. So thank you all. And I think, any other questions, or I'll get out of your way so that you guys can go home.
So city manager, I think back to you. You're on mute.
a couple points of order. I ended up all at the end again. Hold on one second. So we have one additional item after this item, and you still have quite a bit of discussion for policy direction. So my recommendation is that we move the discussion of the CFP to the October 20th meeting, if that's agreeable to council. We're getting close to already 10:15, 10:30. There was a question whether we have to make a motion. I don't believe I have to turn to the city attorney. I didn't think we had. I think we took that out of the protocol manual, and there's no.
That's correct. The prior versions of the protocol manual required that we needed to extend if we went past 9 p.m. That was removed. So we can go as long as we need to.
So no motions necessary, but if that's agreeable to the council, we'll move then the CFP to the October 20th meeting.
I can't see the rest of the council, but I believe that's prudent because yeah, we're not quite done with this discussion yet.
Okay, so yes.
Yeah, I was trying to change my screen so I can just.
Councilmember Agnew signed off. He wasn't feeling well, so he's no longer with us. I mean, he's with us, but he's not. He's not with us for the meeting.
All right. Well, yeah, I will say we'll push that off onto the 20th then.
Okay.
And let's continue with this.
So this is the last slide, and this is the final policy direction that I'm looking for, and anything else that the council would obviously like to discuss, add, any changes that you'd like to see made to the final budget that would be brought to you in the December timeframe. Just a confirmation that we are planning on using $2.1 million of general fund reserve to balance this budget. But again, you know, I spent a lot of time in the beginning talking about the uncertainties of the revenues. But just so that you understand that the way the budget's presented today, there is use of general fund reserves to fully balance the 21-22 budget. There are also two revenue enhancements included in this budget. Your direction tonight, as well as the adoption of the budget in December, does not adopt those revenue enhancements. Those would come back to you in early mid 2021, depending upon where the revenues are coming in. We would bring both of those items, and as a refresher, that was the 2% increase on the utilities, as well as an increase in the business license fees. We would bring both of those items back for council's discussion, consideration, before anything would be implemented. So again, it's a mechanism for balancing the 22 portion of the second year of this budget, so that we don't have to do additional cuts in services and staff. But just understanding that those two revenue enhancements are included in the 21-22 budget. There is only a nominal contribution to the asset replacement fund. So it's only $600,000. We're $12 million short. So we're not making any additional contributions. So we've made no progress in improving our status on the asset replacement fund, but we did put a contribution in there towards the sports fields. I would like direction. There was discussion about a diversity, equity, and inclusion position when we presented the resolution to the council, and you adopted the resolution to have a goal. There was some options given of existing staff and what we could do with existing staff, a part-time staff and a full-time staff. I'm not recommending an addition of a position, but it's something that the council discussed. So I would appreciate direction on that. And that is not included in this budget. And so adjustments would need to be made to include a position like that. I heard a lot of enthusiastic support for the Community Resource Center Community Court. And so that would then also be included. Basically the positions are included. We need to work at what that would look like. We would come back to you in the springtime and start to discuss basically building this new service, this new program. So that's very exciting. We certainly appreciate your support. Obviously, direction on the human services funds. Again, to reiterate, $750,000 are currently not included in this budget. And the thought is that we would identify the service providers in Bothell and use some portion of those funds, not the full 750, because at this time there isn't the revenue to be able to cover the 750 unless we cut additional services to be able to do that, and to be able to identify providers that could provide services from that resource center directly to our community. I very much understand. I know that this is an important program. These are not easy decisions. There's 47 providers that the council has provided funding to. They are regional providers, and I'm certain that I'm hopeful that those monies have benefited the regional community. But I'm looking for direction on that as well. And then a discussion about your goals and priorities. If that's what you would like to move forward with, if you want any adjustments, anything added or taken out. Anything else, of course, that the council wanted to discuss, but these were specific things that I was looking for direction on so I can complete and bring you a final budget for your consideration in December.
All right, that's quite a list there. Changing the view. So it almost seems like too much of a list for each person to tackle all at once.
I don't really need, the use of general fund reserves and the proposed revenue enhancements. If council would like to weigh in on those things, I just want to be very, very transparent and make sure that the council understands that those things are in there to help us balance the budget. If you have any additional direction that a majority of the council is interested in providing, certainly that would be important to have. But as long as the majority of the council's satisfied with those two things, or actually it's the top three, not contributing to the asset replacement, those are just the realities of the budget that's being prepared. They're just as inadequate revenue to address those items. So it's more a point of information than it is that I need questions answered.
So yeah, so I see one of the questions. It seems like the default position is to use the 2.1 of the general fund to use to move forward with the revenue enhancements, and to use the 600,000 for the asset replacement fund for this biennium. So seems the default position is to approve those or to move forward with those. I guess if someone wants to speak out against those, that would be one talking point, but also the diversity, equity, and inclusion staff level. What level that we want to go is one point to weigh in on. I think we heard that everyone wanted to find out more and continue moving forward with the community court and the resource center. So I think that is kind of a default positive position. And then I think, the priorities and goal that we have to speak if there's any changes or modifications to that. So I see really the DEI staffing level and the priorities and goal as the two options, or the two really points to speak about. How's everyone feel about that? If you have thoughts other than those kind of default positions on the other ones, please, take your time to speak about those. But I think the two pieces to really focus on are the DEI staffing level and the priorities and our goals. So, all right. I didn't see all the cards, so if you want to, Councilmember Dewar.
Thank you, Mayor. Can we put that list up again? So you're saying you believe we only need to weigh in on diversity, equity, position, and confirming the goals? Is that right?
I believe the majority of the council is in favor of the rest of them. So if you have other thoughts or if you want to speak towards any of those, feel free. But I think that was just my attempt to try and narrow down the discussion.
I guess I would say, considering the other things that we're talking about that are unresolved, I can't get behind at this time the 2.1 coming out of the general fund reserve, because my assumption is that the diversity, equity, inclusion position will only add to that. Also, my strong reservations about the human services grants, which would add to that. And then I thought I heard a majority or close to a majority, maybe there's wiggle room, but I can't imagine not having climate change and sustainability as a goal. I just think we would be completely out of touch with reality if that wasn't a goal. In this time, it would be mind-boggling to me. So those are my comments. I guess in terms of the diversity, equity, and inclusion position, that's a tough one. I think we need a position. Our person in that position. But whether it's a half-time position or full-time, I'm not sure at this point, which would be preferable. I think I had all the points. So I would need to learn more about that position and what the cost would be, and maybe what the goal is, the short-term goal for them. And I need to know more about what we're actually talking about in terms of human services grants. If we're gutting them completely, or at what level are we proposing to gut them in order to fund the community court? So those are my comments. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Zorns.
I'll keep it short. I think putting a position for DEI is premature given our budget. I am not saying that it doesn't have value or merit, but when we have departments that are really sorely lacking in staff, that are a huge part of keeping the machinery going, I just can't support putting that position on the payroll yet. I'm not saying not at all, but yet. I think it needs to be tabled while we get our feet on the ground, and then we can come back to it. The other pieces of that we talked about, keep that moving forward, but that position needs to be put on hold. And everything else, I don't know, I would like to see an environmental component put into our priorities and goals. Something that just helps keep our focus. We also have DEI in our priorities and goals, right? That's in our goals, right? Okay.
It's our goal. Yep.
Okay. So yeah, everything else, I'm assuming that as soon as we can fill in that gap on the general fund with any property sales that we've got going on, that hole gets plugged real fast. That's the first hole that gets plugged. So that's the sum total of my concerns there. Thank you.
Councilmember McAuliffe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just, my first question is, if we're taking 2.1 million from the general fund reserve, how much do we actually have remaining in the reserve?
The estimate now would be 8.6 million at the end of 2022. And just to clarify the deputy mayor's comment, it doesn't plug the hole. We're still using the money. So the sale of the properties, we would still use the $2.1 million. It's just that the sale of the properties would add to the overall general fund reserve amount. So instead of 8.6, maybe we could end closer to the 90-day goal versus being at the 8.6 at the end of the 2 years. But that money still gets used because it's still part of covering the cost of what we're proposing for the budget. Just it's a nuance, but I just want to make sure that it's clear.
Perfect, thank you. And I guess, you know, I support the using the general fund reserve. I think that's important that we do that. And the proposed revenue enhancements and also the asset replacement fund, that contribution. I guess I don't quite want to eliminate the diversity and equity and inclusion position. I need to know a little bit more about what that would actually mean to our citizens and to our community. So I'd like to kind of keep that up there, but I don't want to I don't want to remove it at this time. And of course, community court, that is critically important to me. So I don't think we can add much. I think we have to kind of stay in a box here. I know climate control is important, but I want to know, what does that mean? What does it really mean to us? What does it cost us? Because I don't want to just put something in place if I don't understand exactly what the goal is and how much it will cost. So there's my 2 cents worth as well.
City Manager, I just want to perhaps clarify for the DEI position, is there kind of a third option also where we have staff kind of continue what they're doing, but also, I guess, internally get the staff in the city, you know, more educated on this and define what that position would be, flesh it out a little bit more?
Absolutely, and I apologize. I would have included, and we presented that to you when we presented the DEI initiative, and you adopted the resolution to have this as a goal. We had identified what no position, what we could do in-house with no additional position. We provided funding information and job duties for a part-time position, as well as the cost of a full-time position and the duties associated with that. And I apologize. I didn't realize that would be something that you would want to see again. So all that information had already been provided. We can certainly bring that back when we bring back the budget, you know, for final approval in December. However, I do need to know what the level of interest is so that it can be included or excluded as part of that budget development. We're sort of running short on time. We could have the conversation again in November. And it's also something, I mean, you know, again, we're going to do a budget amendment in late 2021. And this is all new territory for all of us. This is just the starting point. That was the point of the resolution, was for the council to commit to the goal and start to lay the foundation and just start. And so you don't need to make the decision for this, you know, tonight or for the budget adoption. You can tell us to begin the work, and in 2021, part of our work can be developing this work plan, and what does this look like, and what is the council interested in accomplishing, and what is the community interested in accomplishing, and start some of the in-house community engagement that we can do with existing staff. We'll still be limited under COVID, so it's our own efforts will be limited. And then we could come to you as part of the budget amendment towards the end of 2021 and then discuss again a part-time or a full-time position. And I think that would be a very prudent path.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so I think I'm okay with everything here. The conversation around the diversity, equity, inclusion position obviously is a tough one because of funding and resources that we currently have. However, I think the city manager touched on it. It's not something that we're saying we don't want to do. It's something I believe I'm hearing this council wants to do. I thought I've heard all council members supporting it, but it's something that we need to look at where those funding resources are going to come from to pay for that. So I want to make sure that our community hears loud and clear that this council is very supportive of that, because that position is a priority, I believe, for council. We've talked about it being a priority for council, and I don't want the community to lose sight that it is a priority of ours. When it comes to the Resource Center, Community Court, Human Services funds, I believe through the process of seeing how that Resource Center and the Community Court will work, we'll be able to determine what, if any, funding or grants or bonds or any type of funding sources that we have available, and how that will help our community here in Bothell. So I'm okay with everything. I think that we've confirmed some priorities and goals through many of these conversations. I think that if we're talking about adding something to this list, and that's going to make it a higher priority or not, sure, we can have that conversation. But again, I'm going to get to the fact that I'm hearing council speak about specific things that are not everything that we've talked about that's a priority to us is listed on this page right here. We have a lot of priorities, and I want to make sure that when we talk about these priorities and we talk about different things, if they're not on this list, it does not say that it's not a priority because it's not on this list. Because I hear a lot of things that are said by different council members, you, the mayor, deputy mayor, have said many things are important and they're a priority. And together as a body of 7, we decide what is a priority. And I've heard things that are said that are not on this list, but they are a top priority. So I don't want our community to hear us talking and having this conversation. And I'll just use an example, the environment or sustaining and climate change and all that. That is a huge priority of mine because I work regionally. But because it's not on this list doesn't mean it's not a priority of mine. So I just want to make sure that we use words like inclusive words to include that, yes, it might not be on here, but it's still important to all of us, and that I know it is. So unless I'm getting it wrong and it's not important to somebody, I'm assuming that it is important because I've heard that it is from other council members. So thank you.
Councilmember Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple things. It feels like we're firing a lot of bullets in the gun with revenue enhancements, with not contributing much to the asset replacement fund, the human services position or the grant that we're not funding, and we're still pulling over $2 million out of our general fund that is below where we've said we wanted. And I am deeply uncomfortable with that. But I'm also deeply uncomfortable with making drastic service cuts heading into such an unsure time. And when we don't know what's going on, because it's hard to hire people back. Like, you make that decision and it's final. So I'm torn as to what advice to give. Like, there's not an option that I like in this. Like, we don't get that's the obvious thing to do. It feels like, and I can tell there's been a lot of work done to kind of like look at a lot of these different options because we're doing them and we still are short. I would like to get that 2.1 closer to 0 because we're making a lot of assumptions. We're shooting a lot of bullets out of our gun, metaphorically. And man, if things go worse than our expectations, we're really going to be in a world of hurt. I would like the base assumption to be closer to neutral. But I know I'm not going to like what has to happen to get us there. So like if there's a way, city manager, that you could bring us back, and I've heard a couple other of my council members say similar things, like what would we cut? What would the next things be? And we don't want to see those, but I think we owe it to the taxpayers to steward their money as wisely as we can. So I would like to see what those options are as part of our upcoming discussions. In terms of goals, I think you did Jennifer, I think you did as good of a job as you could have coming away with direction for the budget based on the conversations we had that were when we really come to any sort of a conclusion. But if we all think that the environment is a priority and we all say that this is important, we should write it down and we should turn it into a goal. You know, the two biggest sources of fossil fuel emissions in the state are transportation and buildings. And those are two things that we have a direct impact on with planning decisions we make at the local level. And I think it's really important, given the scope of really what we can do, that we name that as a priority. So I would like to see that added as well, just because I think it's important to write the things down that we think are important. The other thing that I'm going to say again is that, you know, this conversation really highlights long term why I think it's really important that we add long term revenue over expenses as a part of our planning decisions. If city councils would have done that 30 years ago, we'd be in a very different position right now. And like Councilmember McNeil said a couple months ago, we want to leave future councils in a better position than we were left. And right now we're having to make decisions to which there are no good options. These options suck. Like, I would like to leave future councils with better options. And I don't think we're going to get that as a goal for this year, but I just want to take the opportunity to plug that again, because I think that's really, really important for 20 years from now. And I think we as a body need to be looking 20 years from now, and we need to be making long-term decisions. In terms of the DEI staffing, I mean, I remember the discussion that we had, and there was some of the different options with, you know, half-time, you know, current staff plus, and then a full-time. I don't know that I have a good enough understanding of exactly what that would look like, and I think we need to have more discussion around exactly what that would look like, and ask more questions and talk about exactly what we're getting, and hear a little bit more from our community in terms of what they would expect before we add that to the budget right now. I want to see that. I just don't think we're there right now. So I as Councilmember McNeil again said, like, that's a discussion I would like to continue to have, and I would like to know. I would like to talk about what that looks like over the course of the coming however much time. So, I think that's the list.
That is the list, and yeah, 2020. So yeah, so I kind of the variable here I see is the DEI staffing, and you know, as some people are saying, we still don't know exactly what we need to know, what we need to do yet. So I think, you know, that cements that decision, or you know, just pushes me in the direction to say, you know, our staff has already been starting to dig in this. Let them continue working away at this, providing us more information, continue having these discussions. When we were hearing the options, I was seeing it as more of a progression, anyways, where we start developing it, start getting momentum behind it, and just build on it as we continue going along. And I couldn't agree with Councilmember Thompson more about stating the environment sustainability as a goal. I think we, you know, it lets the community, it lets the staff know that it's a goal. I mean, it's out there in the forefront. Um, we've already been, it's already been a goal, and it's already been used by staff to shape our choices and our direction moving forward. I just want to continue that methodology and not change that direction. So I think by us keeping it as a goal, we're maintaining that course. And you know, Councilmember Dewar, you know, once again, we don't want to lose any ground on what we've done just because 2020 sucked. so hard. Yeah, and the 2.1 where we are, it's really challenging to do anything to make that number um, balloon any more than it is. You know, it's disheartening to think about those cuts that we would have to do to make it even smaller than it is. Um, so, you know, we're rock in a hard place, and here we are. Um, but you know, I think that's what we need to continue moving forward with, and looking, continue to refine this budget, and have city manager and staff keep providing us the information that we need. So, city manager, you have the direction that you need for, I think, our list of topics here.
I do. Thank you very much.
All right. So with that, I think that wraps up our 20-125, and we are moving. So are we deciding to move both of those? Because we had the CARES, we had AB 20-127 as well.
If you could do the CARES Act item very quickly, I don't think that that's going to take much time if we could get that done. So it's an important part of the budget that we still need to do. So if you could do that, that would be great. And we'll move the CFP to the 20th.
All right. So our last item of the evening then, well, I believe it's last item. We can talk about council conversations once we get there, but AB 20-127, so the consideration of dedicating state shared CARES Act funding for the city, to the city for COVID-19 related expenses. So I believe we have there, Kelly Mazzoli.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Kelly Mazzoli, your Assistant City Manager here. Can you hear me just fine? Excellent. So this evening I'm presenting an item for you to consider dedicating an additional disbursement of the state shared CARES Act funding to the city for COVID-19 related expenses. So for time, and also I just wanted to note that I will not have a formal PowerPoint presentation for you this evening, but this is a fairly familiar item for council by now. So as mentioned during my presentation to you on September 1st, the governor was planning to release additional CARES Act funding to cities through the state pass-through program, and that indeed happened. So based upon our per capita formula, the city now has been allocated an additional $701,250 to help with our COVID-19 response. In addition to more funding, there's also been an extension of the deadline to use those funds from October 31st to November 30th of this year. So just as a quick reminder, to date, the council has allocated $1.4 million. And of that $1.4 million, $800,000 is going directly into the community. $600,000 is set aside for city response costs. And of the $800,000 going into the community, nearly $400,000 is going out to businesses directly. And just over $400,000 is going to address resident needs, such as food insecurity, and to provide direct assistance for housing, utilities, and other basic needs through our program being run by the North Shore Senior Center. So I would like to also recap that our current estimates for costs incurred by the city to respond to COVID-19 are well over $3 million. So it's with this in mind that staff is recommending that the additional funding go to support city-related costs for our COVID-19 response. Also, I would like to note that with such a short window for use, we would ask council to consider including the ability for us, for staff, to be flexible, and if for some reason there are any remaining funds, that we could go ahead and reallocate those to the community assistance programs that we currently have in place. This ensures that we're able to use 100% of the funding that the state has chosen to share with us. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions you may have on this item.
I am not seeing any questions. I think we are well versed on this, well prepared. Councilmember Thompson?
We've heard a variation of this a couple times before, and that seemed very reasonable. I would like to move the recommended action.
Councilmember McAuliffe?
I would like to second that, please.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Thomas to direct staff to proportion the remaining $701,250,000 of state shared CARES Act funds to city cost recovery, allowing staff to reallocate to community assistance if necessary, with a second by Councilmember McAuliffe. Any discussion on the item? All right, seeing none. City Clerk?
Please state yay or nay when I state your name. Deputy Mayor Zorns?
Yay.
Councilmember Thompson?
Yay.
Councilmember McAuliffe?
Yay.
Councilmember McNeil?
Yay.
Mayor Olson?
Yay.
Councilmember Dorr?
Yay.
Councilmember Agnew? Councilmember Agnew?
He's off the call.
Okay, passes 6-0 with Councilmember Agnew absent.
All right, thank you, everyone. So that brings us to our last agenda bill. Our last item on the agenda is council conversations. Deputy Mayor Zorns?
Sorry, it wasn't technically a committee report, so I had to save it for here. So I'll try to go fast. Don't want to guilt anyone, but this is the second year that I have gone to an audit, hearing the audit review. And nobody else has been there, and you guys are missing out. You need to go. So next year at the audit, go. What I heard was a lot of congratulations, and it's very clean on our audit report. So they said that a lot. I was like, I'm not tired of hearing it. Keep saying it. There are online bill paying. Remember we struggled through that. That was very clean. They ran it. They loved it. Nothing came out of our significant came out of our financial condition. They ran an audit on our federal grant. Clean. They looked for some independent audits that we have run also. They found them very sound. And then our new system that we put in place, remember we invested in our IS system? They said without that in place, they would not have been able to do the audit 100% remote. So that was well timed. I don't think we know how genius we were in moving that forward. And the only thing that they had us to deal with were just some small housekeeping items, and everything else looked super, super good. So proud of our staff and the people who keep track of our pennies. They did a good job, and it was fun to hear that report.
Councilmember Dewar?
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm just going to say I've been to that a few times. What someone else is going. And then I just wanted to plug what Ann Agard talked about, which is backwards. The Climate Action Toolkit. So I just encourage everybody to read her email. It's free. A lot of work has gone into it with the K4C coalition that I was hoping that we could join, but we're unable to because of staff limitations. But I encourage everyone to look at this. This is a way that we can fold in sustainability, and we haven't paid for it. So hey, it's free. Anyway, so I'm just gonna plug that and thank Anne for bringing it up. Who is laughing at me anyway?
Oh, it's me. I'm not muted. Sorry.
Anyway, I'm getting tired and rambling. I'll stop now.
All right, Councilmember McAuliffe? You're on mute still. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to congratulate our public works staff for their work with Sound Transit for Yakima Fruit Market. And because of their work and their proposals, they have saved Yakima Fruit Market. So our community will be very excited about this, and they did an excellent job. So thank you to the whole staff.
Councilmember Thompson.
I just wanted to point out to Deputy Mayor Zorns that during that audit presentation, I was representing Bothell at the House Transportation listening session. Otherwise, I would have gone, and I reached out to see if it would be recorded even, and it was not. So I'm also going to go. There's actually Ann Agard mentioned a presentation on this Thursday at K4C. I'm going to go check that out as well, and get a better handle around that, because I do think that's important and something I would like to do here someday. And I was chuckling at Davina too, but I had my microphone muted, so you couldn't hear me.
Councilmember Dewar.
I moved that we end this meeting.
Second.
Right. All right. I see lots of thumbs ups. All right. We are adjourned. All right. Thanks for the great